From ooh to
aww.
Whatever reaction you're looking for this holiday, spread more joy with holiday cards, calendars, and photo gifts from Vistaprint. And now you can get up to 50% off all holiday cards and calendars at Vistaprint.com. Discover cards in the latest trends or fill a calendar with your favorite photos. So make more merry at Vistaprint.com with up to 50% off all holiday cards and calendars. Plus great deals on photo gifts. Just enter code HOLIDAY50 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, code HOLIDAY50.
Get to Kohl's this Veterans Day weekend and take an extra 15% off. Save on Scott Living, new at Kohl's. Disney Frozen 2 bedding is just $42.49. And save on a Food Network cookware set, $84.99. Plus, take an extra $10 off your $50 home sale purchase. Plus, get Kohl's Cash this weekend at Kohl's.
Select styles. Offers valid November 7th through 17th. 15% off with promo code SHOP15. Home offer with promo code ENTERTAIN10. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
This week, find great deals at Walgreens. Right now, select varieties of wonderful pistachios are $4.99 with coupon and card. Plus, buy two and get the third free on mix and match skincare products, in-store and online. Now through November 30th with card. Get great deals on the everyday essentials you need, right here at your neighborhood Walgreens. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. While supplies last, restrictions and exclusions apply. See store for details.
Introducing the Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited 5% back on everything you buy at Walmart online. It's the perfect card for all your family's hints this holiday season. Like 5% back on the air fryer Grandpa told you about when he fell asleep in his chair.
He didn't fry anything.
Or 5% back on the laptop your sister had carolers sing to you.
2 turtle doves and a laptop for Carrie.
The Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Tiger weather now.
It is going to be a lot cooler behind the front on this Friday, partly to mostly cloudy and windy at times from this morning through the afternoon, with a high only reaching 52. And then frost may form overnight as the low dips to 34 under a clear sky. Plenty of sun tomorrow, the high of 63. And then a sunny and warmer into the weekend on Sunday with a high close to 70. I'm Jeff Marr at the Weather Channel.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers. KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport and Bossier's #1 sports station.
Sports World, your local uniform professionals since 1973. 8809 Juella, 686-1880.
From ooh to
aww.
Whatever reaction you're looking for this holiday, spread more joy with holiday cards, calendars, and photo gifts from Vistaprint. And now you can get up to 50% off all holiday cards and calendars at Vistaprint.com. Discover cards in the latest trends or fill a calendar with your favorite photos. So make more merry at Vistaprint.com with up to 50% off all holiday cards and calendars. Plus great deals on photo gifts. Just enter code HOLIDAY50 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, code HOLIDAY50.
Get to Kohl's this Veterans Day weekend and take an extra 15% off. Save on Scott Living, new at Kohl's. Disney Frozen 2 bedding is just $42.49. And save on a Food Network cookware set, $84.99. Plus, take an extra $10 off your $50 home sale purchase. Plus, get Kohl's Cash this weekend at Kohl's.
Select styles. Offers valid November 7th through 17th. 15% off with promo code SHOP15. Home offer with promo code ENTERTAIN10. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Get to Kohl's this Veterans Day weekend and take an extra 15% off. Save on Scott Living, new at Kohl's. Disney Frozen 2 bedding is just $42.49. And save on a Food Network cookware set, $84.99. Plus, take an extra $10 off your $50 home sale purchase. Plus, get Kohl's Cash this weekend at Kohl's.
Select styles. Offers valid November 7th through 17th. 15% off with promo code SHOP15. Home offer with promo code ENTERTAIN10. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
'Twas the holiday season, and in your garage, a brand new John Deere. That's not a mirage. With neighbors admiring your shiny new ride, it's your year for a Deere to fill you with pride. So if additional offers are what you desire, see our low rates before they expire. Now start up your engines and drive out of sight. New John Deere equipment for all, and to all a good night. Make it your year for a Deere. See your John Deere dealer today to discover more amazing deals and attractive financing offers.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Limu, I love how we're always looking out for each other. Kind of like how Liberty Mutual looks out for you by customizing your home insurance. So you only pay for what you need. Limu, why didn't you tell me about the uncovered manhole? I was literally just telling you. Limu, I had no idea you could swim.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Napa know-how. Right now, only at Napa, AAA members get a 20% discount. So you can avoid getting stranded on the side of the road by picking up some quality parts like batteries, brake pads, and more. Meaning you can prevent the problem before it ever becomes a problem. Bravo! That's 20% off for AAA members. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Exclusions apply. May not be combined with other offers. Offer ends 11/30/19.
Sports World, your local uniform professionals since 1973. 8809 Jewella, 686-1880.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU Sports. 11:30, The Tiger.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? How you doing? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 1130 The Tiger. Glad to be alongside you on this fabulous Friday, November 8th. Yeah! It's a beautiful day. And for some reason, our Facebook thing is still down there. We have a red stream over there. We are going to get a little dirt foot to start the day off. That's a good thing. The early riser portion of our show is presented to you by the fine folks over at Sports World. Sports World. Your local uniform professional. 1973 Sports World. Yeah. 8809 Jewella. Just off 3132. Rogers Hampton Jr. joins us this morning.
Hey, boy. Happy Friday, Tim Fletcher.
Happy Friday.
Yeah, Sports World is just right over there.
It's not that far.
I mean, as soon as you get off 3132, it's just right there. You cannot miss it. Go. Get you some. Uniforms, bats, balls, gloves, headsets, cleats. Go. Sports World. I mean, since I was 9 years old.
Been around.
They're doing something right.
I think that's That's a given.
We've made it this far, and they've made it this far.
Looks like
so we're doing something right.
Looks like we made it.
Get it, animal.
Also joining us in the studio is our old pal, Adam Hester.
How's it going?
Going all right, man. How you doing?
Good.
You have a good day yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Good. That makes me very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Our buddy Netherton's sick as a dog, so he's got the black lung.
Yeah, I think he's got buzzitis.
He got buzzed. Jackass.
Yeah. Oh, believe me. Yeah.
Did Patrick say anything about that yesterday?
Just a little, and that more people had reached out to him than we even knew on his defense.
Really?
Yeah. Made him feel good. As bad as he was feeling, he said he's just trying to brush it off. But he said, yeah, a lot of people actually reached out to me about that and just said, dude, just who the hell is that guy?
Right. What's he done?
Yeah. Guy doesn't realize that he just did a radio interview on KWKH, one of the most well-known radio stations in the country.
Yeah.
That you can hear down there where he's coaching.
Yeah.
It's not a podcast that you got to pick up on some kind of off social media site. I mean, you're on the damn station where Elvis Presley cut his teeth. Frank Page made his mark.
George Carlin.
Yes. Louisiana Hayride. Are you kidding me? Some little podcast, 5 people. Here, there's 5 people in the hall listening to this damn station.
Larry King.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't win a damn game.
I do too.
Yeah, there's 5 people in the hall listening, Buzz, much less 50,000-watt flamethrower.
Yeah!
That we're at 50,000 now.
Yeah. Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
It is a fabulous football weekend. We may as well get this whole party started the right way with a little SEC update.
This SEC update is brought to you by Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in Shreveport. They're open hump day to holy day.
The day gets kicked off at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning around the league. Florida, a 26-point favorite at home against Vanderbilt. Arkansas is down to a 1.5-point favorite at home against Western Kentucky. Alabama, it's down to a 6-point spread at home against LSU. Ole Miss is favored by 29 at home against New Mexico State in a game that kicks off at 3 that will not be seen by anybody outside of the Grove and Buzz Williams. At 6 o'clock, Missouri and Georgia get together. Georgia is a 16.5-point favorite in that game. I need to check and see if Kelly Bryant is going to play or not. Apparently, there's a line, so they must have some decision on that. South Carolina steps out of league play, but it's a doozy. Now, they need this win. They're 4-5. They're taking on Appalachian State. Gamecocks are just a 6-point favorite, and the nightcap at 6:30. Kentucky going one way, Tennessee going the other, but Kentucky is a 1-point favorite at home against the suddenly sort of surging kind of quasi-Vols.
This SEC update was brought to you by Red River Brewing. They're open from hump day to holy day. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street.
Yeah, there you go. How you like them apples?
Yeah.
You are resplendent in Seattle Sounders wear today.
Yes.
But the new Seattle hockey franchise cannot have these colors.
Probably won't.
What are they going to be called?
They haven't decided yet. I think it's supposed to be the first of the year.
The Seattle Battle.
That's not going to be one of them.
The Seattle Paddles.
We just do things that rhyme with Seattle for an hour?
Seattle Cattle.
No cattle there, so.
Huh?
Yeah, there's not.
Where do they get their beef from?
Cows just milling around. Yeah.
A lot of vegans. You're right. They eat those tofu cows.
There's a lot of whatever you want up there.
Yeah. Put together by chemicals. Telling you guys. While they're vaping. Yeah, no lie. NFL last night, by the way, you and I, it's clear we like powder blue uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
The Raiders' white jerseys with the silver numbers are about as nice a uniform.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
That's a good-looking uniform. The Raiders always have had good uniforms,
yep.
But those silver numbers on the white jerseys.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, they did look good. Good call.
What did not look good last night was, unfortunately, Phillip Rivers.
Yep.
I believe that the game has passed him by now.
He's leading the NFL in passing yards before.
It's over with, Adam.
He's leading the NFL in passing yards.
It's completely done. He must have had some kind of injury last night. Undisclosed.
I'm not
There was, he throws some lollipops, but there was some serious lollipop action last night. He threw 5 picks. 2 were negated by penalty. And that final drive where they had a chance to win, just atrocious. Now, of course, idiot before us says that the Chargers roster is void of talent. There's no talent on that roster. Don't they have the James kid?
Hadn't he not played, though?
Yeah, but I'm saying on the roster.
Yeah, but he's not playing, so he's not helping.
Melvin Gordon, Eckler.
Wants to be elsewhere.
Had 107 yards last night.
Yeah, because he's trying to get elsewhere. Look at me. I ran for 107 yards. Please get me out of here.
There's no NFL team that is void of talent on the roster.
May I introduce you to the Miami Dolphins?
You're saying that there is nobody that's talented on that roster.
Well, yeah, they traded them all.
They've got to keep Talib now.
Who will never play for them.
You're doubting Fitzmagic?
How many teams now?
I think you're Clay Travis.
Tim, it doesn't take really a genius to figure out the Dolphins kind of suck.
Oh, I know they suck, but that doesn't mean they don't have any talent.
Who?
They're an NFL team.
Okay. That's actively trying to lose every game they play in.
They are more talented than every other football entity in the world outside of the 30 that are
Tim,
in the
how
NFL
hard is that?
beat.
Tim, there's one NFL.
Just saying, there's a CFL, there's an Italian football league, there's a Japanese professional football league, there's NCAA, XFL.
Yeah. It's not a good argument.
Nope, it's a good argument.
No, you're right. It's not. You just said it. Nope, it's not.
Bayou Beltway's Trash Text line 489-7453. Got anything to get to before we head into our first break and our first choice personnel coaches conversation?
Some kind of issue with hanging with Hester as far as the connection. There's two.
I'm hearing connection issues on their end, and then someone said it's a connection issue on our end.
Person wants to know if we think it'll get corrected today. I have no idea.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Everyone is aware of it, so
yep.
We can hope and dream.
318 says the Seattle Mist.
I like it.
Reasonable Aggie Dad. What happened with Netherton and who is Buzz? Well, that's your basketball coach, Reasonable Aggie Dad. Also then says, not the A&M basketball coach.
Yes.
That was a good interview unless something happened after. Something did happen after.
Yeah, where Buzz Williams during a press conference was basically saying that they're playing Northwestern State as a favor to Mike. I even did I was on with some guy from Northwestern State on some podcast or whatever, and then a guy in the background said it was a radio show. Whatever. 5 people listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was just completely
unnecessary.
Didn't have to happen.
He's a jackass.
Right. Draco, so happy for Josh Jacobs. What a story.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs is having a hell of a good season.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
That ain't gonna help Bama tomorrow.
No, it ain't.
Also says Ingram and Bosa, pretty good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Bosa, Tillery. Hello.
Well, if Phillips starts throwing to those guys, maybe. Oh wait, they don't play offense. Oh.
He didn't say a non-talented offensive side. He said there's zero talent, void of talent.
Well, I'm not talking. I am not making that argument for San Diego. I'm talking about the
Los Angeles Surf.
Miami. No, it's San Diego.
I believe they call themselves the Los Angeles Sharks.
Really? Because who's at the games? Because I don't see anybody but a lot of the opposing fans.
Sir, I'm just telling you that technically they are the Los Angeles
You can
Sharks.
technically all you want. They ain't going to be in San Diego or L.A. pretty soon.
Not according to Spanos and Hale.
Yeah, somebody will tell him that. Goodell will make a call and set him right.
Which, do we know if Roger Goodell is even in the country?
No, he's in L.A. getting the stadium ready or London getting the stadium ready for the Chargers.
For the Chargers.
Yeah.
Khan is like, hold on, my friend. If anybody's moving over there, it's me. 6:15 is the time. We are glad that you guys are hanging around with us on this Friday morning. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a little chilly. AccuTemp 861-2255. Get that heat started. If you turned on your heat last night and it ain't working, you better call AccuTemp because it's going to be in the 20s next week. That's bone-chilling cold. That's, wait a minute, it's early November. What are you talking about? What happened to the climate change and the world is warming, Adam?
Climate change, which means not necessarily just warming. That's their argument.
AccuTemp, 861-2255, 861-2255. Back with Mike Green and the Mansfield Wolverine, the Green Machine, right after this. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser. My old high school sweetheart, Madonna, once sang, holiday, that's right, the holiday season is here, and it's time to have your holiday parties at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Get in touch with Jared, 741-3144, 741-3144. The holidays at Jimmy V's is the right way to go. I literally was walking around one of those big box stores, that sell sporting equipment the other day, and family was looking for helmets.
Yeah.
And little kid who still had Clearasil on his face said, "Over there's the helmets."
They don't know.
They don't know.
What do they know?
They know nothing.
We'll go somewhere where they do know something.
Oh, Sports World.
There.
8809 Joella. Been around since 1973. Hester, they got helmets that can fit our heads.
They do, and they know the needs of the local coaches.
They certainly
These other
do.
places don't.
No, they don't know the local coaches. Sports World, 8809 Joella. It is hot as blue blazes, and no one has got more sizzling opportunities than First Choice Personnel. Nicole joins us. Hey, Nicole, what's happening?
Hey, Tim. We're looking for production, manufacturing, forklift positions right now. We're always looking for someone looking for a job in the warehouse. Anyone right now looking for a job. We have lots of openings.
Lots of openings. Think about that. A warehouse is big. They need people to fill that warehouse. First Choice Personnel, 797-7810. Whether it's food, whether it's furniture, you name it, if you're shopping for it, you're more than likely wanting it quick, fast, and easy. Well, in the car business, Bubba, you guys have adapted to the times, haven't you?
Fletch, we understand that people don't have time. You don't have time to come around and kick tires and do all the stuff we used to do. So at Chevyland, look, if you want to do the whole deal by telephone, we'll do it by telephone. If you want to work through text message and pictures of your car and stuff, we can do that. I can give you payments. I can give you trade-in, do everything before you get to the dealership, and I can even bring it to your house if you need to.
The future is here with Chevyland. Rogers Hampton says, I am full of hot air. And Rogers, I don't know whether to thank you for that. Is that good? Bad? I know this. If you're not full of hot air in the house, then that means you haven't called AccuTemp. 861-2255. Make sure that your house is full of hot air. It's like having me hang out with you all day at your house. That sounds fun. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU Sports, 1130, The Tiger.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 1130, The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton Jr. and Adam Hester as well. We'll have Adam's brother Jacob on with us in the 9 o'clock hour. Mudbugs are in Lone Star this week. Talked to one of our friends, Casey Ryan. You know Casey Ryan. She and her hubby are heading over to the Mudbugs tomorrow to watch them play. Not tonight, but tomorrow. A lot of folks make their way over to Lone Star to watch the Bugs play. It's the closest in proximity. It's a rival game. Dan Wildfong, coach for the Brahmas. A lot of reasons to go over there. Mudbugs will be back here that first weekend in December, and they'll be here for the next 5 weekends, I believe. 4 or 5 in a row.
Something like that.
4 weekends in December there at home. MudbugsHockey.com. Get in touch with Kimberly, 636-7094. Get your tickets for Mudbugs Hockey joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. On the First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversation, it's our old pal Mike Green of the Mansfield Wolverine. Hello, Mike Green. What's going on, bud?
Hey, good morning, Fletch. How's everybody doing this morning?
Good. I think we're all right, man. Bright and cheery, I guess you guys are pretty bright and cheery, aren't you? That was a nice win last week over North Webster.
Oh, yeah, really big win for the program. Very big. It was homecoming, 2019, so they had graduating classes that were back. The pep rally was really good. It was the parade was good, but the best thing of all, the kids played well enough to win Friday night. They really did. It was great. It was a great football game.
That's what it sounded like. That we obviously had Dr. Morgan there to kind of keep us up to date. Eric Birch was doing the same thing for us for the Loyola side of things, and it just seemed like it was a nice tussle back and forth, and Loyola kind of made things a lot interesting there at the end. And I'm sorry, did I say Loyola?
You did.
I did say Loyola.
Yes, but it was Northwestern.
It was Northwestern. Jay Bolay and Dr. Morgan, and it was one of those things where tie ball game at halftime, and it was just never really kind of comfortable for anybody, you know. So just a fun night in Mansfield for the Wolverines. Now, what did that do for your playoff position?
Well, it boosted us right back into the playoff picture. With that victory. Coach Ware's kids were ready. They played hard. They're a gritty team, and with us beating them, it kind of boosted our power rating. So we climbed a bit. We were down at like 36, I believe, and jumped up to with that victory, jumped up to like 32 in the playoff picture. So it was just a big win because we needed to win. Everybody, I told you last week, everybody's looking at the, at the ratings and where we, and if we win, the way that you take care of all of that, win football games, win your game. And last week I was most proud of our guys because it was a tight ball game. And, you sometimes when you're not riding high, when things get tight, you can kind of, knuckle under or fold up, but we didn't. And I was proud of the offense. They moved the ball well, didn't have many penalties. I was proud of the defense. They stood really tall right at the end, even up until the last play. And I was proud of our special teams. So we put all three phases together last week, and it paid off. And that's what I told the guys.
You mentioned after the game when we talked to you that you basically, the defense put up a giant green wall, that the defensive line just got after it, won the game up front. Your offensive line came through. As a matter of fact, you mentioned Marcus Washington, I believe, one of your guards as the GBT unsung hero. Coach, what does that do for warming the cockles of a coach's heart when your offensive and defensive lines are the two things you're talking about after a game?
Well, that's where you win it.
Yeah.
That's where you win football games. You win it in the trenches. And last Friday, I had some guys that really went to battle for Mansfield. The crowd was really into the game, but so was Northwestern's. The bands were playing. But it was a great high school football game, one that kids will remember if they are a part of. And but the biggest thing is that we played well enough to win, and we did. So kudos to my kids. No take back on the kids from Northwestern, but I was proud that our guys, finished the fight.
Tonight, entertaining Loyola in a big matchup again. Loyola can claim the outright district crown. Of course, Green Oaks is pulling for you guys mightily because they want to win, and if they win and Loyola loses, they share the district title with Loyola. What is it about this Flyer squad is the toughest thing for you to try to contain tonight?
Their offense is really good. They do a good job at moving the football. They go through a check with me system. You can tell that they're checking and they're trying to take advantage of some things. So we're trying to disguise some stuff, but they really move the football well. And they score a lot of points. They're averaging right at 32 points, so we got to try to keep them out of the end zone, and we got to try to find the end zone. Got a good little kid over there at running back, too.
The E-Barb.
Yes, sir. The E-Barb kid. And the young quarterback is getting better every time I look at him on film. So, we're gonna try to apply some pressure, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna apply some more pressure, and then we'll probably try our pressure package.
If those first three don't work, all I can tell you is you've got to try to get some pressure. If all else fails with those first three things, Mike, try to figure out a way to get some pressure on them. It's an interesting matchup. Now, physically, you're probably going to be a little bit bigger along the offensive and defensive lines, aren't you?
Up front, yes.
Yeah.
And our kids have been playing better and getting better. Everybody's kind of bumped up and bruised up right now, but it's week 10. And, I've told the guys, if you look at, if you look at the once you look at those phones and look at your number 32, you don't have to be a great math kid to understand if you're at 32, you can't lose and stay at 32.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, the bottom line is we got to win.
Win and you're in. We know that's a fact. If you win, you are in.
Absolutely.
So we know two things. Pressure is coming tonight, and win and you're in. Now, after tonight, Mike Green, of course, a lot of people's attention who will be attending your game tonight with Stephen Jeter's Flyers, attention turns to Alabama and LSU. They are calling this now the most potential NFL talent on the field this century. There are reports that there are 25 kids that will be high draft choices that will be playing in this game tomorrow afternoon. The top 2 Heisman Trophy candidates are squaring off. Undefeated squads. SEC West up for grabs. What's the Mike Green forecast for Alabama LSU?
The team that can apply the most pressure.
I'm sensing a theme.
Win.
I am, right. And actually that makes perfect sense. If you get pressure on Tua, with those ankles of his, the one that's freshly, injured, that's where he makes his living, right? Is he can just kill you, throwing on the move.
And I tell you what, Fletch, here's the thing about the pressure deal. You can practice it all. You can try to simulate it, but only in that pressure moment, that pressure second, you got to be prepared for it. So sometimes you make a great decision, sometimes it's not as good. So everybody can do it. Like we practice on trash cans all the time. We turn the trash cans upside down, and like the trash cans never move, and we look really good against the trash can. But when those trash cans turn into big bodies like they would be on Saturday night at LSU and Alabama, it's a different story. It's a pressure package situation.
Now, Rogers remembers a couple of times back when he was at Northeast when those trash cans did start moving. But that had a lot to do with it being Saturday night at about 11:30 at night. So there's a lot of things that were moving that weren't supposed to be moving in Rogers' eyes.
Gotcha.
Talk about pressure. He had to get up and sign on the radio station the next day, too. So that's pressure right there.
That's pressure.
Mike Green and Mansfield entertaining Loyola tonight. Word to the wise there, Mr. Lafitte, quarterback for the Loyola Flyers. It appears that Mansfield is going to try to put pressure on you. So I think we understand that. A little birdie has told me that, and that little birdie is Mike Green and the Mansfield Wolverines tonight at home against Loyola. Mike, always enjoy visiting, buddy. Mr. Optimism, Mike Green. Good luck tonight against the Flyers, sir.
Thanks a bunch, guys. Have a good one. It's going to be a good game, man.
Yeah, it is. It really will be. I'm looking forward to it. That'll be a fun one. All right. Pressure. Why do people want to? Quarterbacks don't need pressure put on. There's already enough pressure. Had someone yesterday tell me that, man, radio business, it's just it's such an easy glide. I'm like, maybe from your side of things. Not so easy on the pressure of Adam wants to get paid today.
Sure.
Rogers wants to get paid today. JJ and Ben get paid at the end of every month.
It's one of those people just have assumptions, and if they sat down in one of these chairs, it would be a little different, probably.
It's not exactly the.
All right, 4 hours, go. The ingredients to this Purell bottle.
6:29. The pressure is coming, Loyola. If you're under pressure for the holiday season, I know what you need to do, and that's called honey baked ham. That takes all the pressure off you. If you're in charge of the meat, or if you want to take charge of the meat for this holiday season and you want to guarantee, because Uncle Bill's turkeys are always dry and Aunt Bessie's hams are always a little on the kind of weird, wanky side. Oh, boy, we're going to get kicked off YouTube for this. Oh, they will. YouTube will kick us off quicker than anything. Honey Baked Ham, 865-4411, 865-4411. Southfield and Uri, your ham quarters for the holidays, 865-4411. Honey Baked Ham,
your ham quarters for the holidays.
Honey, please get me a honey-baked ham.
Rodney Ewan's already got his work week taken care of. We'll talk to the head coach of the Calvary Cavaliers when we return. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser. So your kiddo comes home from practice complaining about muscle aching, so tired. If you want that kiddo to be improving in football, band, cheerleading, dance squad, Hester, they got to get on the practice field.
Yes, they do.
Can't make the club in the tub.
Absolutely. Get
So
back out there.
Get back out. How do you do it?
Go to Chillin' Hill.
798-4325. You're a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Yep.
Imagine what it can do for teenagers.
Absolutely. Get to Norman Tech, get in the chamber, get back out on the field today.
798-4325.
Welcome to Walk-On's Bistro and Bar, where every dish starts from scratch. Fresh ingredients bring our food to life. Mouth-watering cuisine, unique flavors, and we're always more than happy to share our Southern charm and culture. A love of life, family, food, friends, fun, sports, and celebrations. Walk-Ons. It's game day with the taste of Louisiana.
Rogers, your pops was Mr. Shreveport, right?
Yes, he was. First ever.
Big muscle-bound guy.
Yes, he was.
You like muscles?
I do.
I like my cars with muscle.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. They basically are the Mr. Shreveport Bossier of muscle cars.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah, because they flex the Challenger and Chargers all the time. When you pull up next to one of those, it's almost like, is that Rogers Hampton Sr., like, embodied in a Challenger?
Especially the ones that were red, because he had red hair.
Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Holiday season is here, and that means the holiday cheer is here as well. Eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. The tastiest, the most flavorful. Nutmeg, cinnamon, eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express, all 5 locations. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
11:30 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. It is a beautiful morning in Shreveport, Bossier. Whether you're a realistic person, an optimistic person, or maybe you're just a romantic, you never know. We're glad you're tuned in to 1130 The Tiger. Download the 1130 The Tiger app. You'll be glad you did. It's crystal clear broadcast quality studio sound. Ain't nothing like it, man. Ain't nothing like GBT either, buddy. The great banking team, customer service, second to none. 843-6228, 843-6228. That's their phone number, and a real-life human being will answer. When you stop by the branches, 3 locations, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, and, of course, on Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School, East Texas, next to the Bellagio in Bossier. Real human beings solving your real banking needs. They are just amazing. We love our bank. GBT is the great banking team. Rodney Ewan on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our first choice personnel coaches conversation. Hey, Rodney, how you doing this morning, sir?
Morning, Fletch.
You sound like you're a little hoarse.
Yeah, it's main weather last night. I think we're all going to have the flu playing out in that mess.
It never stopped, did it? I mean, it just kind of kept on heavy mist, rain all night long. Is it the way it was throughout the entire game as well?
Yeah, entire game, the wind was blowing, it was cold, and the field was muddy and raining, and, yeah, not a good night. The only good thing about it, well, 1, we won, and 2, we're done. So, we get an extra day off. So, that was, once it was over, we were happy we went ahead and played.
It's the good one and done, as opposed to the traditional one and done. You won, beat Arcadia 48-8, and you are done with the regular season. And now you basically are going to sit here and find out if Ascension Catholic is, I don't know who they play tonight, but if they win, they'll be the number 1 seed apparently in the D4 playoffs, and you'll be the 2 seed. Is that that's what Sportsline's got, so I assume that's how it's going to shake out, right?
Yeah, that thing's not exactly correct. Us and Ascension Catholic played last night, and they've already given us credit for winning, and we're going to be, Opelousas Catholic and Vermilion, if they don't lose, they're going to be 1 and 2.
Okay.
And because they're going to jump back over us tonight. That guy adds those games as they get turned in. So the teams that played last night, they've all bumped up already.
Gotcha.
And then, they're going to bump back down. So You know, I really think we're going to be, probably 3 or 4. Us and Ascension Catholic are kind of neck and neck there. So we could be 3 or 4, with them. But I don't think 1 and 2 is going to change a whole lot, unless one of them gets beat. No, that's probably not going to happen.
All right, so with a little extra rest, and by the way, I know that your quarterback last night joined the pantheon of 10,000-yard passers. Brock Berlin, Josh Booty, and Phillip Dees, and now Cade Hart's name is etched up in there. So that's a pretty nice accomplishment for a kid who is going to school to play baseball. It's not bad. He's pretty decent at football, I think he's proven over 4 years.
Yeah, it's a big accomplishment for him, and our team, because all those guys play into that. And but it's a big deal for him, and just a great kid, great athlete. I don't understand why he's not getting recruited for football. That's probably the hardest thing to figure out is football recruiting. Because I see some guys that got offers and we play them. I'm thinking, wow, I don't even know if he could play for us, much less somebody else. And and then you got a kid like that that's had 4 great years here, and just not a whole lot of interest. So, but we're going to keep working on it, and hopefully somebody will wake up and come get him.
So, if he, I guess this would be a question for Cade as well. If he had his choice, would he choose to go play football somewhere over baseball at LSU-E? Or is he like to do both, like Blake Chapin's going to try to do?
Yeah, I think he would like to do both. That's just, me talking to him a little bit about it. And he's a great baseball player. Right. And, LSU-E, people say, well, that's a JUCO. Those guys are better than most Division I schools around here.
Right. They feed LSU
when
baseball.
They play. Yeah, that's, JUCO baseball, and, I'm not a baseball coach, but I can tell you, JUCO baseball is very, very good. And so, that's a big, big offer for him right there in a baseball sense. And, but I don't know. I think he'd like to play both. He's mentioned that. And, if there was a school that would allow him to do that, I think he would, enjoy it. And he could be successful at both of them.
Well, there's a kid who was a pretty decent baseball player who had a baseball-type throwing motion who went to Ohio State a few years ago that's now a leading Heisman Trophy contender down at LSU. So, I'm just – if Cade wants to play college football, it seemed like he would be a perfect fit for a lot of schools around this area. He's athletic. He obviously is precise. His completion percentage is off the charts for a kid. And the best thing that for a head coach, I assume, Rodney, is the fact that the young man has yet to throw an interception this year. So
yeah, and I did we were looking this week, just doing some stats for the paper and all that, and we've got five receivers that are right at like between 500 and 600 yards, I think, and they've all got from 19 to 22 catches. So in that range. It may have changed a little bit last night, but and that's what I told somebody. He distributes the ball out to everybody on the team, and he hasn't thrown any picks. 70-something% completion, rate. And, heck, I don't care who you play against. I mean, we played some 7-on-7 tournaments, with no tackling. Heck, we can go against air some days and not complete 70%. So I don't know. Figure it out, let me know. We had 40-plus schools through here in the spring, so it's not like people hadn't been here. Have a hard time figuring out what they're looking for.
Well, that's been something that has troubled me and puzzled me, Rodney, from 1995 on since I've been here. I'm like, man, that kid could play some college football somewhere. And they don't. It just blows me away. And then I see, like you said, some of the kids that do get that chance, like, really? And then you never either hear from them again or maybe they blossom. I don't know. You certainly had a quarterback in Houghton that wasn't exactly a darling prospect that Mississippi State took a flyer on, and it worked out okay. So maybe someone will do the same thing for your current quarterback.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We had a story at Houghton. We used to divide the team up in the spring for the red and white game, and we would draft. Like the coaches would split up, and we'd have a draft out in the middle of the field. The kids loved it, who was going to be the first draft pick for the red and white spring game and all that. And we laughed one year. We started drafting. We had a kid, and I love him to death, and I'm not going to say who he is, but we had a kid that had some Division I football offers. Hey, he was like the last guy drafted out of 60 players. You know, hey, we used to laugh about that all the time, thinking, this dude's got a Division I football, and he ended up playing a little bit. But, in our scheme of things, looking at what he could do for us, he wasn't even one of the top 25 picks on the Halton team.
That's pretty funny.
I don't know. It's those guys, those college coaches, it's a business for them. I don't really second guess them a whole lot because they have to. They're doing what they think they need for their program. I don't understand it sometimes, but they probably don't understand some of the stuff we do. I don't know.
Well, and throw in the fact that Clifton Mosley, your big nose tackle, and big is kind of a understatement. Apparently, he's had an offer from UL Monroe. Is that his only offer right now?
He's got some other people looking at him. You got to factor in a lot of stuff too on recruiting. Is where they're at academically and all that. And Cliff's got a little work to do. He's doing well and, having a great year. But, no, he's got some other stuff going on. But UL Monroe, is his only offer. I think, I don't know. That's all I know about anyway.
Rodney, as you get ready to kind of watch the playoff brackets, you'll have a darn good idea by the time you wake up tomorrow morning who you're going to have coming up here. What's the latest on the non-select state title games, where they're going to be held? Has there been anything officially decreed or decided upon?
There had, and the only notification we got is just what was voted on in January that, the higher seed team would be able to select where the game was, which, I guess if you look at it that way, you really won't know until the Friday of the semifinals. That whole deal to me kind of backfired. I know the intent when it was voted on. I don't think people understood the fallout that was going to come of that. And, they started trying to plan these places to play, Division IV is going to play at Southeastern. Well, myself and Coach Fitzhugh at OCS, we talked about it and said, well, heck, if we're in the game, we don't want to play at Southeastern.
Right.
I mean, what benefit is that to us? I mean, we're going to play there. We should have just stayed in the dome and played. And so it's not, I don't know. It's a big mess if you want to know the truth. So, I don't know. I guess the Friday after the last game, we'll say, hey, the top seed, where y'all want to play. And, you can play at your home school or you can play at a new site if the visiting team agrees to do that. And I don't know. Like I said, we're not, they did a little vote a month ago. We voted to go back to the dome and play, and our class actually voted, I think it was 16-14 or whatever it was, in favor of going back to the dome. But from what we heard, it had to be 100% unanimous vote, and to go back to the dome and play, which I don't understand that either. I mean, 51% wins every vote, I thought, but I don't know. It's a mess, but we're going to play it week to week, and hopefully we're there at the end, and that's a problem we got to deal with.
Is there any chance, Rodney, that something else could come to the table between now and the championship weekend? Is there a proposal? Is the executive committee, is the new non-select, segment of the LHSA? Is there any chance something else can be decided between now and early December?
I don't think so. I think the line's kind of been drawn between Mr. Bonine and the non-select guys on the committee that, he's not going to budge, and, they I don't know. Some of those schools may end up playing in the dome. I don't know if Curtis and Rummel were to play. They may rent the dome themselves and play. I have no idea what they do down there, but I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of frustrating, but nothing we can do about it now. It was voted on and passed, and I think something a lot of people thought was going to be, let's do this. That's pretty good. To me, I don't think it's going to be very good. So,
well, it gets down to it's kind of weird, Rodney. Then you talk about the playoff positioning. Then, so if you end up as the 4 seed, you're kind of out to lunch. Let's say you beat the 1 seed in the semifinals. Well, there's more than likely going to be the 2 or 3 seed on the other side of the bracket in the championship game. If the seedings hold out, and they're going to have the upper hand. So it's almost better for you to, To try to get the 2 or 3 seed, obviously, is what you've got to hope for here somehow or another. And that way you may be able to get a 4-over-1 upset, and then you be the top seed heading into the championship game. Outside of that, it seems like there's no chance in heck that Calvary's going to get a chance to host this thing.
Yeah, I think any coach, either here or any school, if they have a chance to play in a championship game, they may want to play at home, but they just want to play. And, at that point, I don't think it's that big a deal. Our bracket, Division 4 is kind of different this year. It's, there's some teams that's going to be seeded. I mean, Southern Lab's going to be a 6 or 7 seed.
Right.
And they can beat anybody in our deal, just because
OCS.
they play on their schedule. OCS, Catholic Point Capay, I think, is going to be the 7 or 8 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They beat the 2 seed by like 3 or 4 touchdowns early in the year. So, I don't know that our 1 and 2 seed are safe, to tell you the truth, because I think all the way down through 8, anybody can beat anybody. So, we're just going to play them one at a time, and hopefully we get that 4 seed. At least we get 2 weeks at home, and and then we'll worry about it after that.
Rodney, your thoughts on the Alabama-LSU game? How do you see this thing shaking out tomorrow afternoon?
I think LSU's got a chance to beat them. It's a heck of a game. I mean, I think it'll be probably one of the most watched games of the year. It's not the most watched game of the year. And, we're pulling for LSU. Hard to pick against Alabama. If you're a betting guy, it's hard to bet against them. I mean, they win too much for that. But, hope LSU wins. We love Coach O, and, he still calls. I don't know, he calls schools every week. It's the neatest thing. Every Thursday he calls. And I know they're doing it, but, for certain reasons. But he'll know who we're playing. He'll know who we played last week. And I think he calls schools all over the state every week. And, it's kind of a neat deal because, nobody else does that. And here's the guy at the biggest school in the state, probably as busy as anybody, and he takes the time out just to call and wish everybody that, that plays football in Louisiana, good luck on their game. So, we're going to pull for them.
That's kind of how you lay the groundwork for closing the borders of Louisiana for in-state recruits right there. So,
yeah, no doubt about it, and he's doing it the right way.
Yeah, Rodney Ewan, a guy who also knows how to do it the right way, finishes off again, an incredible run. Calvary ends up the season. Did you know this, Esther? They're 10-0.
I heard that.
Is this your first 10-0 season in your career, Rodney?
No, it's not. We were 10-0 back in the senior
That's
year.
right.
But
because you beat Parkway in the final game, yeah.
Yeah, I told the kids that this week. You think that happens a bunch, and it doesn't. And it's 37 years for me, and we had good football teams. And but you look around, that's not many schools get to enjoy that. And so it's a big deal. And but hey, the Big Four we're looking for is coming up, and we got to win 4 more.
There you go, Rodney Ewan. Congratulations on 10-0, sir. Congratulations to Cade as well, and best of luck next week, sir.
Hey, thank you,
Rodney Ewan. What year was Dak a senior? Is that 13? Does that sound right? 12? Because he was at Mississippi State 5 years.
That'd be before 13.
Was it 11 then? This is Dak's 4th year in the NFL. Boy, I get these years confused. This is his 4th year, right? First year, won the division, Rookie of the Year. Second year, last year. Yeah, this is his 4th year.
Let's see.
Because that
he enrolled at Mississippi State on January 13th of 2011.
So the 2010 season was when they were undefeated.
Rodney says 2010.
Wow. That's the year they lost to Franklinton, right? In the semifinals?
It might have been. Franklinton was when that
was McGee.
When they had their runs. So
yeah.
Maybe.
Wow. They were pretty good.
Yes.
Pretty stinking good. Because wasn't that the year that Houghton was 9-0 and Parkway was 9-0 when they played?
I believe so.
Or they may have been 8-0 and 8-0. But I know they were both undefeated when they played.
It was the last game.
It was the last game? Okay. That was fun stuff, buddy. Speaking of pretty fun games, there's a fun one tonight, for Pete's sake, at Lee Hedges Stadium. You got a 7-2 versus 8-1.
Mm-hmm. Two of the bigger schools. Shreve their enrollment's gone up way up. So maybe two of the bigger schools.
Two of the three biggest schools in town.
Maybe, yeah.
The district title is on the line. Cantina Laredo is ready for you Airline Viking fans, for you Captain Shreve fans. You're making your way tonight to the 1-5A title tilt throwdown showdown. How about a little dinner beforehand at Cantina Laredo in the shops at Belle Meade on Uri Drive? You'll be glad you did. You'll be sassified before you even have a chance to step foot into Lee Hedges Stadium. And then after the game, if you want to sit there and cuss and discuss the entire situation, whether you're a winner or the loser of tonight's game, they'll be open. 9:30, 9:45. Stop on in. Cantina Laredo, right there between Uri Drive and Lee Hedges Stadium. Shops at Belle Meade. Gourmet Mexican food. Incredible frozen margaritas. They may even have a little hot toddy for you after the game to warm you up. Cantina Laredo and the Shops at Belle Meade on Uri Drive supporting the show. We'll be back with Bryant Sepulvedo of the 8-1 Captain Shreve Gators right after these words. Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
Journey.
Don't stop believing.
Pretenders.
Back on the chain gang.
Two incredible bands. One amazing night in Bossier City. Journey. Pretenders. Century Link Center, Saturday, August 29th. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. VIP packages and more. Visit journeymusic.com.
Nature Valley brings that satisfying crunch that gets your family going again with real delicious honey and whole grain oats. So get out here. Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Bars. The original crunch.
Why wait for Black Friday? Get Black Friday prices today at the Home Depot. Up to 40% off appliance special buys, plus up to $600 in extra savings instantly on select appliances. No rebate, no hassle. Like a Whirlpool white top mount refrigerator for just $548. Over $180 off. Talk about holiday cheer. Black Friday savings early, now at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only while supplies last. See store for details. Valid through December 5th.
Hello, Saver. At Walgreens, we like the way you save on things. Take afternoon matinees. You know they have the same endings as full-price movies. And copays on Medicare Part D prescriptions. You can get them for as low as $0 with select plans. So when you choose a plan with Walgreens as your preferred pharmacy, you know you're saving smartly. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. $0 copay on Tier 1 generic drugs available through select plans that include Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy.
This weekend, I'm snuggling in my blanket to watch all the holiday movies my heart desires. Nothing is moving me from this couch. JCPenney's having a sale. Nothing besides that sale is moving me from this couch.
Thursday through Monday, start the season bright at JCPenney. Come in early for your chance to claim a Peel and Reveal coupon for an extra 20, 30, or 40% off select items across the store. Hurry, coupons are limited. JCPenney. Coupons valid 11/7 to 11/11. Giveaway in-store only while supplies last. Must be 18 or older. Exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
Your local uniform professional since 1973, Sports World, bringing you the early riser.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. If it's LSU sports, it's on 1130 The Tiger.
What's going on, kids? 6:54 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers and Adam. It is a fantastic football Friday. Yeah. You heard JP perhaps yesterday. If you missed the call, he came on with us in the 9 o'clock hour over at Rotolo's Craft and Crust. Boy, they were jam-packed last night with that LSU Alumni Association. I mean, I saw people's backs against the wall, like against the windows and stuff. So they were really fired up. Had a good time. But for the LSU-Alabama game, JP's going to have a buffet. $15 buffet with wings, garlic knots, and pizza, beer specials, They're getting ready to roll out the barrel. If you're looking for a fun place to watch LSU Alabama, well, come on out to Rotolo's Craft and Crust. Garlic? What's a garlic nut?
I have to ask JP. I don't know what that is.
I think they should do garlic nuts. Would be a better idea.
Probably
I'll have to
so.
get him on that. I'll ask him if he wants to change that. Wings, pizza, $15 buffet. Tomorrow, Rotolo's Craft and Crust. That's a pretty good deal.
Mm-hmm.
Netherlands on the road, right? Yes. Okay. So then, yes, it's a good deal. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline for the First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversation,
Buzz Fletcher over here.
It's Brian Sepulveda, head coach of the Captain Shreve Gators. What's up there, Sepulveda?
What's going on, Fletch?
Not much, man. Man, this is kind of a big deal tonight. Does it feel like a big deal? Is there like a little, surge of electricity through Captain Shreve High School this week?
I definitely think so. I mean, it's been a long time, and like I say again, Lee Hiller keeps us fully updated on all the stats and everything. And tonight we're going for have a chance of being an undefeated district champ, and he told me that was the last time undefeated district champ was 1983. So I mean, that's a long time.
That's been a while. Golly, geez.
Like I say, just very, very excited.
Yeah, I was out of high school in the fall of '83. Yes, good grief. This is what's fun, and of course Lee Hiller, the great statistician who's done a lot of great work at the Times, and of course for Captain Shreve. This will also be a tiebreaker of sorts for Captain Shreve and Airline because it's a 29-1 series between the two. So this is about as evenly matched as you want to get there, Sepulveda. Of course, the winner tonight gets to claim a district title. Now, if Airline wins, they claim a share of it with you. If you win it, an outright district title. What does that do for a program if you could win an outright district title in a classification like 1-5A?
I think it's very tough. I mean, like I say again, if you really look, locally and even around the state, I mean, it's hard. And the classification is to win a district championship. For the longest time, in 1-5A, when you start thinking about it, not a whole lot of people have won one. I mean, forever, West Monroe was always in the district, and there was a bunch of things. So I mean, they're hard to come by and very good teams, and it's a very good honor. And it's an honor that we would love to have.
And of course, my eyes deceived me. I had to zoom in a little bit more. Airline leads the series 29-19-1, and they've actually, before anyone thinks that Lee was wrong, it was me that was wrong. Airline had won 18 of the last 20. And Shreve broke a 10-game losing streak to Airline last year with a win. So this has been tilted towards Airline here of late. Shreve with a win last year, and this year it's for all the marbles. Now, Sepulveda, if you feel like there is an advantage for Captain Shreve on paper, where is it that you feel like that, okay, I like our chances here when either they have the ball and they try to do this against us, or we have the ball and we're trying to do this against them?
Like I said, man, I think, like I said, you probably talk to Bo and he feels like he's got the advantage, and I think we have it. I think one area that's been really strong for us all year long has been our defensive line. Those guys have done a great job. Evan Higgs, like I said, I talk about him every week, but he's playing. There's a defensive tackle playing better than the state. I'd like to see him. I mean, Evan's been all over the field, hard to block, high motor. The defensive ends. Raymond Jeter and Nick Allen having good years as anybody, and Cole Norwood. And Parker Snow rotated another tackle, and they've done a really good job. So, I mean, our D-line's done a very good job, like I said, putting pressure on the quarterback, and good job in the run game. And, everything starts up front. So those guys play well. Your linebackers fit better, and your secondary covers well, And secondary's done a very good job this year, too. So, again, they kind of work back and forth, and in the run game, I think we do have an advantage in the run game.
Well, when you have DJ Fleming back there, 1,000-yard rusher, and you can also spell him a little bit and keep defenses honest when you throw Kendrick Law to run around out there. And there are some things to like about this running game. Now, what's also one of the more impressive things about Captain Shreve's defense, of course, is the fact that The most heralded, perhaps most talented defensive player that you have has been absent since, week 2 when Guerin got hurt? Is that right? The Woodlawn game was week 2?
Yeah, week 2.
So you've been without perhaps the player that you were counting on being your centerpiece for the last 7 games, and you're still able to come through with this. Just so you know, Captain Shreve alumni everywhere are pretty fired up. Happened to be in proximity to Mayor Perkins on Saturday, and all he wanted to talk about was Captain Shreve football. And, he kept getting pulled away for pictures, and people wanted to do this or that, and then he'd come back over and want to talk Captain Shreve football. And he knows Hicks, he knows Fleming, he knows Law, he knows Grant, he knows Martin. He's all in, and he's just, I think, kind of an example of what is going on around this area and probably all around the country, Sepulveda, with Captain Shreve alumni kind of recognizing this as like, holy moly, we got a chance to do something that's really special. Is there any surprise to you how kind of this has had such a ripple effect over Captain Shreve alumni from days gone by?
It is. I mean, it's very, very exciting. I think it really kind of got rolling last year. We had a pretty good year last year. So, I mean, I really feel like the ball got rolling last year. And also feel like, the Coach Green and the girls basketball team winning state.
Yep.
Just a lot of momentum has been picked up, over the last year and kind of been continued. A lot of buzz. And, Mayor Perkins, Adrian, has done a great job. He was at the game last week, and he was jumping on the sidelines. And, he's a guy, and again, you can tell it, like I say, a younger guy, and does a very good job, very passionate. He's very involved. I mean, I just think that speaks volume to just, the investment he has in the community along with all the other alumni, and just the pride that people have, and just kind of shows you how important, just high school athletics and the memory of high school athletics, the effect that it's had on people's lives.
I don't know if it's the chicken or the egg, but which came first, the surge in enrollment at Captain Shreve or athletic success at Captain Shreve? With, girls basketball has had some success. Of course, the boys basketball team's had success. Baseball team has had success. Soccer has had success. And now the football team, we all know that's the bell cow. That's the pinnacle of your athletic endeavors around here, especially in the South. So I'm just trying to figure out, I know they work hand in hand, but does this athletic surge fuel the enrollment surge, or is the enrollment surge fuel the athletic surge? Which way do you think that goes?
I think it goes both ways. I think you could make a valid argument either way. I think we started having, some success, 3 or 4 years ago. And, I think people have kind of seen the program, kind of improve, and, just the excitement, around the community kind of grew. So I think it's hand in hand, but then you always say enrollment does help. And, like I say, so, I mean, I think I'd say 50-50. You got to have players win ball games, and you got to win some ball games to make kids continue to want to keep coming into the school. And so I don't know. I think you can make a valid argument either way, but I think it's about 50-50.
About tonight's game, what is it about Airline that has maybe kept you a little on edge heading into tonight's game?
They do a good job. Coach Meeks has done a good job there for, the years he's been there, and they're always, a physical football team. They get after you on defense. They line up. They've always got some good size. Offensively, he's going to be pretty balanced. They're going to throw it. They're going to throw a lot of screens. They're going to try to establish the run. They're going to be sound on special teams. So they're just a solid ball club. And it was one of those, they don't make a ton of mistakes. And when people are solid and don't make a ton of mistakes, you have to kind of match that. You've got to make sure you're on point and don't give them extra opportunities, and take care of business and not have penalties. And, but that can be said for any time you play anybody, but especially when you play a good football team.
How healthy are you heading into the big game tonight?
We're pretty healthy. We've got some bumps and bruises, and got to put a tape on a bunch of ankles and things of that nature. But like I said, we're kind of getting healthy. It's Coach Brothers has done a good job this year. I think there's been 3 ball games all year long that we played with the same offensive starters,
And so we've had to kind of piece things together with guys getting banged up. You know, DJ got hurt in the men's scrimmage early in the year, and I banged up the first quarter of the year, and he was out several ball games and came back, but his legs were finally back under him about midway through. So I mean, Darian Frierson, who was he can roll with anybody running wise. You know, he was out a few ball games, so we've had to piece some things together, and the offensive staff has done a great job of doing that. And I think we're decently healthy. We're one of the healthiest probably we've been, kind of all season long.
Well, that also kind of contributes to success. The healthier you are in high school football, the better you are. As far as the playoff power ratings go here, Hester, where are we looking at right now with the way things are shaking out? If you win, will you have a home playoff
They're
game?
number 8 right now, projected all the way out.
All right, so a win tonight, you've got a home playoff game, and maybe a home playoff game in round 2 if you get to be number 8 seed as well. So, do you look at that in addition to everything going on, Sepulvedo, as far as importance, power rating, or district title? Which one means the most to you?
Like I say, district title for sure, but like I say, again, power rating too. I mean, I'd say, district championships certainly in the forefront of our minds because the first, milestone we can accomplish. But, we have a long-term goal to make a run on playoffs too. So, I mean, looking forward to both. And, I don't know, like I said, now as far as our seeding, Coy does a good job of, like I say, running all the numbers every about 30 seconds. So, I mean, every 30 seconds I get a new scenario of who we're going to play. So, we've got it narrowed down to about one. He's got narrowed down to about one of 24 opponents we'll have in the first round. So,
there you go.
Yeah, so we're going to start prepping.
That's not a bad idea. Someone's going to be up all night looking at huddle tape of, all right, here we go. We got Live Oak, East St. John, Central Lafourche, Ouachita Parish, Chalmette, Como, John Ehret. Here you go. Start breaking them down.
Y'all break these 4, and I'll get these 4.
That's right. In between it, you'll get it all squared away.
But I will say, though, it is super fun to kind of be in this position and to see the buzz around the school, to see the kids, the excitement they have. And, like I said, it's good for our entire program and school administration and kids, and just the buzz to be in this position that we're talking district championships, talking, possible 2 home playoff games. I mean, it's just very, very, very exciting. I mean, it's awesome to see just the smiles on the kids' face and, and being able to show kids when you work hard and do things the right way that, it pays off.
Got to get your opinion on the LSU-Alabama game. It's kind of obligatory. We have to ask everyone we see, whether it's in the grocery store, Target, buying shoes in a restaurant, or if you got a high school coach on the phone with you, you got to ask them, what are your thoughts on LSU-Alabama?
Well, like I talked to Coach O yesterday. He called, and like I say, that he does a great job. People can say what they want to about him or this or that, but the guy does such a great job of building relationships and calling people. Again, I know he's got to be, on a week where he's playing Alabama, which has always been kind of the pinnacle, of standard to beat. The last 8, 9, 10 years, take time out of his day to call. I think that's big, and I don't know. Like I say, I always have said in the past that you give Nick Saban 2 weeks to prepare for anybody, he's probably going to get you. But I don't know. Like I said, with Tua kind of coming off surgery and being questionable and things of that nature, I think this year for LSU.
Sepulvedo, it's the year of the Gators. Maybe it's the year of the Tigers as well. It's Bo Meeks and Airline visiting Brian Sepulvedo and the Captain Shreve Gators. Airline wins. They claim a share of the title. No matter what happens, Shreve's going to at least have a district title in their headline for their football program for the 2019 season, but I'm sure that they would rather have it all by themselves and not share it with anybody. It's Captain Shreve tonight at Lee Hedges versus Airline. Sepulvedo, best of luck to you and your boys and Meeks and his boys. Hope it's just a fun game. Everyone stays healthy. And we're looking forward to it. I know that everyone attending is looking forward to it as well. So best of luck to you, sir.
Appreciate it, Fletch.
Brian Sepulvedo, taking care of business. There's still, and it would bother me a little bit, that disputed extra point that was kept them from tying Scotlandville.
Right.
Their only blemish on the season.
And that was that the turnover game?
I think so.
Yeah.
Now, you look at Shreve over the last few games since that win over Benton where they put up 58 points. It's been 10 points, 14 points, 22 points.
Mm-hmm.
They were blowing and going before that. 36, 43, 26 in a loss, 57, 35, 58. In the last 3 games, they scored 46 total points.
Yeah.
And that, granted, it had a lot to do with who they're playing. Natchitoches has got one of the nastiest, meanest defenses out there. Houghton, I know that we're getting ready to talk to Jason. They have a really good defense. And Captain Shreve and Burge, you can almost kind of...
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
Those games could end up 10-7 or 35-31.
Right.
It's not an indication of what... There's just so much emotion.
Plus, he was talking about how they've not really been healthy on offense.
Yeah. Well, maybe this is where they comes together tonight.
Right. Sounds like it.
Shreve and Airline tonight at Lee Hedges should be a doozy. Bayou Bell, speaking of doozies, if someone that was supposed to come do the old upsy-doozy for your dumpster yesterday and the business didn't show up to dump the dumpster, it's time to dump the dumpster diver. Time to dump the dumpster driver dumpster company. Get them out of there. Get rid of them. Get that trash out of here. As Dikembe says, not in my trash. Bayou Bell. You know, I bet Russell's kind of is like the Dikembe Mutombo in pickup basketball. Except he blocks shots from down low. He's got a good central core, you know? You've played soccer against that guy. Or you've seen him play soccer, right?
I have, yeah. I have put it.
You don't want to step in front of Russell.
No direct impact.
No.
You're going to step to the side.
You don't want to be a part of Rex Chapman's blocker charge video.
Yeah, that's
with
exactly
Russell
what it
Hall
would be, too.
Yes, with Russell Hall steaming towards you there. And just think about that. If you're a rival dumpster business, think about Russell Hall and Clem McCullough, the two-headed monster, steaming towards you. Just give up. You can't beat them. They're Bayou Bell, C-Mac, Clem McCullough. 2 phones, the Big Magnolia, Russell Hall. Better service, better pricing, no tricky contracts, and they are a locally family-owned, solid human being business. 671-9900. Switch your dumpster service over to the good guys who deal with trash. 671-9900 Bayou Bell. When we come back, Jason Brotherton of Houghton with us right here. These are dark times for us chicken fans. One of our favorite places to eat on Uri Drive is closed for construction for a couple of months, but have no fear, Walk-Ons is here. They have got your chicken strips, your boneless chicken nuggets, your chicken sandwiches, your waffle fries. They've even got sweet and sour sauce packets, honey mustard packets to go with those chicken strip meals. And to make it even more convenient for you, 8 spots at the Walk-Ons parking lot for you to pull in and pick up. They will bring you your chicken with curbside service. Walk-Ons to save the day. Brewer Quality Homes is knocking it out of the park. Franklin Modular Homes. This really is kind of the future of home buying, home building, home purchasing, all in one spot. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas, the home of Franklin Modular Homes. It's kind of fun, Rogers and Adam, to see a business take on the big box stores and still thrive like Sports World. You know?
Still holding their own.
Still holding their own. And, Rogers, you had a kiddo that played soccer.
Yes.
All growing up.
Yes. And we needed equipment. We needed shin guards. We needed soccer balls. We needed headbands. We needed water bottles. I needed an ice chest. And that was just when she was a kid. It's been there since 1973 when I was 9 years old. So guess what I needed back then? I needed a bat. I needed a ball. I needed a glove. I needed some cleats. I needed
Sports
a
World,
headset.
8809 Juella. ShapenToyota.com. It's open 24/7. Ken Shapen Toyota, Highway 59 in Marshall, Texas, just off I-20. They will bring the cars to you for a test drive. That's what I said. They will bring them from Marshall to Shreveport, Bossier for you to check out. Shapen Toyota. You know, Roger, some people say I'm a ham.
Oh, a big old ham.
Oh, thank you, sir. When it comes to big old hams, you and I know there's really only one place to go.
Big old honey baked ham.
You got that right. Honey baked ham, whether it's July 4th, whether it's Labor Day, whether it's Thursday. I'll take a ham from Honey Baked Ham.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport. I had a feeling that when I decided to move our teeth over to Cormier Family Dentistry that we were in good hands. Doctors Adam and Jana Cormier certainly are top-notch dentists, but I didn't realize that they had all the equipment to make dentistry so robotic, so futuristic. I feel like I'm the Terminator of teeth now.
But here's the deal. Their staff, so friendly, so kind, so warm, and so stinking funny. I enjoyed my dental visit. Who does that? Well, you do when you go to Cormier Family Dentistry. 868-4072, 868-4072.
Attention CDL truck drivers, my name is Clint. I'm with Bayou Bell and Whitey's Environmental. We are looking for CDL truck drivers to add to our organization that's been going since 1981. They have great benefits. Get more information on our website. Drivers, we need you. Come on.
The CL on the DL, Cantina Laredo, and the shops at Bell Mead on Uri Drive has become the oasis in a Shreveport summer. Holy moly, just sitting on the patio and letting life kind of drift through at Cantina Laredo. The food is outrageously good. The drinks are incredible. It's Cantina Laredo. That's all they deal in.
1130 The Tiger, Bossier City's home for LSU sports.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 1130 The Tiger. It's 7:16. Roger Hampton and Adam Hester here. Just a reminder that we will be unveiling on Monday, the Taco Bell free taco for school kids day. Boy, that didn't come out right. We're going to be announcing the winner of our Taco Bell Live Moss Fletch promotion. Chris Herron will be in studio with us on Monday to announce which high school around here is going to get a taco day at their school, free tacos from your local Taco Bell. But here's the deal. It's not too late to get your school entered. You can have a full-spirited squad tonight, have your student sections. Heck, man, seriously, Houghton at Parkway, those are two good student sections. Airline and Shreve, by all means. Get video of those student sections having a blast. Post those videos on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook with the hashtag LiveMossFletch. They go into the weekly drawing, weekly winner, then they're in the big kahuna for the school that gets free tacos from Taco Bell. Winner will be announced right here in the 7 o'clock hour on Monday. Joining us on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversations with Jason Brother, head coach of the Houghton Buccaneers. Hello there, Jay Bro.
Morning, Fletch.
Is that one of your nicknames?
Only to people that I don't like. You might have just swapped the list right there.
I was trying to think. What is the nick? What do people call you? What's a nickname that you don't mind being called?
I've grown up as JB. That's just what everybody has called me always. So most of my good friends call me that.
Adam, can we call him JB, you think? Are we in the JB category?
I have to use...
Adam and Rogers are good to call me that.
Yeah, you let off with J-Bro, so I don't think you're in good standing right now.
The verdict fell out, and you've got to work your way back into that category.
Yeah. Well, tonight it's going to be Jay Burr, because it's going to be cold out there tonight. Houghton, of course, taking on Parkway. A game that, as Rodney Ewan was just mentioning a few years ago, it was undefeated season time in 2010. So this is a good old-fashioned rivalry here between Houghton and Parkway. What's your favorite Houghton Parkway memory from your time as player, assistant coach, and head coach?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of good games. And, that 2010 game when we rolled up and we were 9-0 and they were 9-0. And I can just remember turning off of the highway there, getting ready to cross the track to go into the stadium. And, I think it was about 5:30 and our side was completely full. It was the white out. Everybody was wearing white. That was just, you don't see that in high school football too often. The packed stadium before the teams even get there. And, just the buzz around that game. And the game was great. It was a great game. And, Dak was headed to Mississippi State. And I can remember Coach Hevesy from State was at the game. And, I can remember running down the sideline with Dak through the first touchdown pass. And, Hevesy's giving everybody a high five like he's one of our coaches. And, there's a lot of good memories from that game. The chance to go 10-0 and just a lot of fun that night.
Tonight's game has significance because obviously there are playoff implications aplenty. Parkway may need a win to stay in. And, of course, you want to have a home game in the playoffs. And I think, Jason, you've got to win to be able to get a home game, don't you?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. I think if we win, we're playing at home, and if not, we'll probably hit the road and travel is what it looks like. So I'm no guru either, but I get the 30-second updates from my brother that the Sepulveda was talking about. So that's what he's told me anyway. If you win, you're at home. If you lose, you're on the road. And, we'll sit down and try to figure all that stuff out tonight after the game, I guess.
What is it about this Parkway team that concerns you? Obviously, they've had some turnover there and some personnel. A different quarterback than had been the quarterback for quite some time. They struggled last week. Southwood was able to pick up a win over the Panthers. They seem to kind of there's some concerns there, I think, with how they're going to react this week. What do you see when you look at Parkway on the huddle tape?
Yeah, to me the biggest thing, is how are they going to react? That can go one of two ways. And they have had some turmoil, but it's a rivalry game. I don't think, I feel like we're probably going to get their best shot. It's a chance for them to get in the playoffs, so they're gunning for that. And there's not a lot of tape on the freshman quarterback. He played last week, really for the first significant minutes all year, and he played well. So without a whole lot of tape on him, you don't have as good of a feel for him as probably you'd like to have. But they do a good job. They're sound in what they do on defense. They're doing it maybe with not as good athletes as they've had in the past, but man, they're just always where they're supposed to be, and they do a great job running to the ball and play with great intensity. So, we're expecting a good game, and like I said, it is a rivalry. So, those are always a little bit extra added on to it.
You certainly know a thing or two about a little turmoil and adversity as far as injuries are concerned. You're heading into this one banged up pretty significantly. I'm not sure exactly what Peyton Stovall's situation is or what C.J. McWilliams' situation is, but we know they've been missing in action here for a little bit. What's their status heading into tonight's game?
Yeah, C.J.'s not going to play. Hopefully we can get him back next week. We tried things earlier in the week just to see. I don't feel comfortable putting him out there. He's still in a lot of pain, so we'll try to give that one more week and cross our fingers that he can play next week. Peyton's actually going to dress and could play if he has to. Our plan is to not play him either unless we get into a situation where we have to play him. But the reality is when you're down to your three and actually number 4 and number 5 quarterbacks at this point, it's heck if one of them gets hurt, you don't know where you turn at that point. So he can move around a little bit. He threw the ball some in practice this week. Actually told me he thinks he can play, but I know big picture, this game's important. But for us to have a chance in the playoffs, we need him playing and we need him healthy. So we're going to do everything we can to not play him this week. And, hopefully we can have a great week of practice next week and get him ready for round 1.
What's the freshman name, the quarterback for you? Colin
Raines.
Colin Raines. You had him and Coleman Stafford kind of take a quarter apiece, it seemed like last week. Is that kind of the game plan heading into this, that you're going to have the freshly adorned 15-year-old as well as Coleman Stafford get out there and play a little quarterback for you tonight?
Yeah, that's probably the plan. Colin's going to start, and, we'll see how he reacts and how he does. Anytime you're throwing guys like that out there, it's almost like you adjust as you go. You never know just what they're going to do in the environment. You can watch them in practice, but you can't simulate a game. And then you say, okay, on top of that, you can't simulate a rivalry game where it's going to be a little bit more intense. The crowd's going to be a little bit bigger. So, he's going to start, and we're going to see how he does. And, he may go the distance or he may not. We're just, after that first drive, everything's kind of just going to be game flow and gut feeling at that point. But they're both ready to play, and they'll both, I think, do a good job, moving our offense. And we've got a lot of seniors. Somebody asked me the other day, what do you want to see from your team? And I said, man, the thing I want to see is a bunch of guys that have been in our program for 4 years that, are prepared to overcome some adversity and, see who's going to step up and, watch a group of guys that when those young kids struggle, they put their arm around them and carry them along. So, that's what I'm hoping to see. And, I expect to see that. We've got good senior leadership on our team.
Jason Brotherton and Houghton taking on Parkway tonight. Big playoff implications. Parkway more than likely out with a loss, in with a win. Houghton gets a home game with a win. Will hit the road in week 1 if they lose. So there is a lot to play for tonight. A couple of inexperienced quarterbacks will be going at it mano a mano tonight for the Panthers and the Buccaneers. A little bit more experience at the quarterback spot tomorrow afternoon in Tuscaloosa between Tua and Joe Burrow. As a guy who loves offense, you're probably going to be treated to a game tomorrow afternoon that will feature a lot of good offense there. Jason, how do you see this thing shaking out tomorrow between number 2 LSU and number 3 Alabama?
Man, I think, you can't factor in the crowd. I know that's a big deal and go on the road, but I really think this could be the year LSU gets them. And I love what they're doing. I think Burrow's full of confidence. I think they're better on defense than people are giving them credit for. And I don't know. I think it's going to be hard for Tua, and I know they say he's going to play, but that's the same injury that Stovall has. And, he's come back from that injury twice already. Peyton has. It's like you're not the same when you come back, So, and a big part of his game is his mobility and being able to throw on the run. I just think, he's going to struggle with that. I don't see Alabama's offense being as sharp as we're used to seeing it. And one thing about Coach O, you can say what you want. He gets those guys ready to play in big games. And, there's something to be said for that. And I hear everybody, say all the negative things about him. Of course, some of that's gone away this year, but, that's something you can't measure. Having your team ready to play in a big game and perform well and perform, to their potential. And I think he's proven time and time again that they do that. So I don't know. I think for some reason I feel like this is the year that they get over that hump, and I think that's important for them. I know as our program, when you get a team that beats you every year, it's rough. And I think they could lose next week, but they need to win this week just to get that. We can't beat Alabama out of their system. So I think it's a huge game for LSU, probably a bigger game for them than Alabama, and I think that gives them an advantage too.
Jason Brotherton breaking it down for us here. Houghton Buccaneers head coach. Houghton versus Parkway tonight. Be there or be square. A lot on the line. Jason, best of luck to your precocious quarterbacks tonight against those Parkway Panthers.
Thanks, Clarence. I appreciate y'all.
See you later, Jay Bro.
That was our last time to talk to Coach Brotherton. So,
Jay Broth. How about Jay Broth?
That's worse somehow.
Jay Broth. Brotherton. Jay Broth. Or Jason. Coach.
Yeah, that's good too. Yep.
But Jay Bro seemed like something you could yell across the beach. Like, Jay Bro, what's up, man? Jay Bro.
I feel like I'm on between two ferns.
And you call his brother, would you call Coy C-Bro? Or Coy Bro? That sounds fun.
You just,
it almost sounds like
Coy.
Cobra.
Just Coy.
If you see Coy Brother then somewhere, Coy Bro! Cobras. Attack. Next year when they play, they can have the Bro Bowl. I have got so many ideas that are coursing through my head right now. God.
I have no response.
Your response is Chapin Toyota.
Yes.
Highway 59 North in Marshall, Texas, just off I-20. I'm going to remind you, they have over 550 cars, trucks, and SUVs to choose from. 550, Rogers. That's more than Jay Leno has. Remember him? Is he still alive? Okay.
Yeah, he's just in the news the other day for something. Yeah.
All right. Good for him. Mm-hmm. Jay Leno's not going to bring a car over here for you to test drive. I knew there was a reason I was on the Letterman side of this fight. You know? Ken Chapin is no Jay Leno by any stretch. He will bring a car over here for you to test drive. You see a car, check it out, chapintoyota.com. Check out the cars, check out the trucks, check out the SUVs, find one you love, get in touch with Chapin Toyota and say, that's the one I want to test drive. They will bring it over here for you to test drive and set the wheels in motion, literally and figuratively, for you to get that Toyota of your dreams. Get out of your dreams and get into that Toyota. Like eggs, cars and trucks are cheaper in the country. You come and see them at Chapin Toyota. Oh, yeah. ChapinToyota.com. It's shaping up to be a beautiful day with John Ware of North Webster right after this. I literally was walking around one of those big box stores, you know, that sells sporting equipment the other day, and family was looking for helmets.
Yeah.
And little kid who still had Clearasil on his face said, over there's the helmets.
They don't know.
They don't know.
What do they know?
They know nothing.
We'll go somewhere where they do know something.
Oh, Sports World.
There.
8809 Joella. Been around since 1973. Hester, they got helmets that can fit our heads.
They do, and they know the needs of the local coaches.
They certainly
These other
do.
places don't.
No, they don't know the local coaches. Sports World, 8809 Joella. When you think of ice cold beer, Puff, what do you think of?
Red River Brewing.
When you think of so many abundant flavors that are just incredible, bursting on your tongue, what do you think of?
Red River Brewing.
1200 Marshall Street. We're downtown. Did you hear that interview we had the other day with the Northwestern State softball player?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, she was great.
And here's the deal. Her dad played baseball at Northwestern State.
Yeah, I remember.
Her grandfather played football at
Oh,
Northwestern
really?
State. Yeah. So it's been a family tradition to go to NSU.
Yeah, long lineage. You know, my mother was a demon.
I know that.
And now my nephew is a demon. It's just something like families do.
Northwestern State University. It's your family's university in Natchitoches.
Hey, it's Robert J. Wright once again for Quirby's and Huntington Golf Courses. Well, this time a little more specific, the Grill at Quirby's Golf Course. Yes, the Grill at Quirby's. Open mornings at 8 for breakfast. In fact, great breakfast served from 8 till 11. Awesome daily lunch specials, plus a great menu from 11 till 2. And the always generous in their servings bar, open till 6. Pretty nice joint, the Grill at Quirby's Golf Course. Guaranteed I'll see you there.
Don't put your life on the line when you dig. Do what the pros do. Respect the marks. Dig with care. And before you dig, call 811. Louisiana One Call.
Adam, Hester, we talk about the Swoop biscuits all the time. They've got other breakfast sandwiches
Croissant?
and stuff there. Croissants. Yeah, the croissant. You got that the other day.
I did. It's a nice alternative to the biscuit.
The biscuit, that's me. I like the big, thick, flaky biscuit.
Sure.
It's incredible. What is it about the croissant that just screams at you, this is for you, Adam?
Some of the same reasons, but a French twist on it.
Ooh, the French twist. Vive la Swoop. On that bacon off of I-49. Brighten your day at Swoop. A fresh batch of mud bugs is being served up right now at George's Pond at Hirsch Coliseum. The 4th season for Mud Bugs hockey in the North American Hockey League is here. The bugs are on the ice, the winds are going to be rising, and you're going to be watching a team that is destined for postseason play yet again. They've been in the playoffs all 3 years they've been in existence. They won the title 2 seasons ago. What's in store this year? Action-packed hockey. MudbugsHockey.com.
If it's LSU sports, it's on 1130 The Tiger.
What's happening, kids? This is the Tim Fletcher Show on 1130 The Tiger. It's 7:34. Hey now, we're glad you're joining us. Our show is presented to you by the wonderful folks over at Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Jimmy V's Fajita Factory. Here's the deal. We know, you know, that they have got your fresh mix like you wouldn't believe. Did you know that tomorrow, when LSU takes on Alabama, when LSU takes the lead, there's free beer? Louisiana Tech playing North Texas. Tech takes the lead on television, free beer. Saints versus Falcons Sunday. Saints take a lead, free beer. Cowboys Vikings Sunday night. Cowboys take the lead, free beer. It's the way it is every time. The Tech, LSU, Saints, Cowboys are on the telly, free beer when those teams take the lead. Locally owned and operated, Jimmy V's Fajita Factory, fresh Mex to the freshest and the Texicest and the Mexicest. We love Jimmy V's. Old Minden Road, right next to I-20. On the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline right now for the First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversation. Hey, man, you know him. You love him. It's John Ware, Elton John Ware, a.k.a. Jay Ware. What's up,
J-Dub.
J-Dub?
Yeah.
So that's your nickname is J-Dub?
Well, one of my groups of friends in Haynesville, the older folks call me JW. So that was me. I heard you say something about that a while ago.
So Jason is JB Brotherton, and you're JW.
JW. I had a lot of them call me that when I was growing up.
Huh. Where'd that name come from? So yeah. Huh. Interesting. What does your wife call you?
A lot of things.
It surprises people when anyone that doesn't know us and they hear Allie or her children call me Fletcher.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little surprising. That's just kind of what they always have called me. You know? So, yeah, makes sense to me. They call me T-Fletch. John Ware, you got bigger fish to fry than your nickname. You got a little high school football game that you really want to win tonight. This is kind of a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a big one for us. You know, we're sitting here. You know, we was pretty comfortable 2 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden here we are playing for our playoff life tonight. You know, but we knew. I mean, honestly, going into the playoffs this year, going into the season this year, we kind of knew with the schedule we had what was going to happen. You know, we're sitting. I told the kids on Tuesday. You know, you get a little disappointed. You look at the record and all that, but we're about 3 minutes of football away from being 7-2, sitting here with with everything in front of us, but we're not. You know, we've lost some close games, and we had some bad breaks and some injuries, and but that's the way most people's seasons go. And but it is what it is, and we're sitting here right now tonight with a huge ball game in front of us, and we're not sure if we get in if we don't win. So it's in our own hands.
Well, obviously, there's, both teams. It's kind of interesting, Hester, where a lot of teams tonight, both teams have a lot to play for.
Yeah, funny how it worked out that way.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? If Mansfield's able to topple Loyola, then Green Oaks can claim a share of the district title if they beat you guys. So they have a lot to play for. They, too, want to make sure that they are in that playoff realm as well. So nothing is cut and dried for Green Oaks. They're in a little more comfortable position than you guys are heading in, but a lot to play for here. Last week it was interesting, John, because Green Oaks kind of turned to a ground game rather than the Keith Baker show. So it gave a little bit of, hey, man, you can try to stop us through the air, but we're going to try to beat you with a run. What are you expecting to see tonight from Coach Isaac and the Green Oaks Giants?
Well, first of all, they have a tremendous running back. That's one thing. So he's very good. He's probably the most underrated guy around here. He's a 5'10", 6-foot looking guy with about 200 pounds. He can run too. So they have a lot of options there. And then they sitting there with the LSU commit on the outside and a couple more guys that go with him and a big offensive line and a quarterback who's as good as there is anywhere around here. He's the part. So they're very, very dangerous either way. So it makes it very difficult to prepare for somebody like that, especially when you got a dude sitting on the outside and the quarterback that can get it to him.
Yeah.
In years past, for teams that can throw it, they might not can run it as well. But man, anytime this guy gets it, you don't know what's going to happen, and we prepared all week for that, and hopefully, we can contain them a little bit. I mean, they got some football players, and they do a good job with. They played a tough schedule too, and it's kind of been a bit of a roller coaster for them. But their schedule, with the amount of players they got, their schedule kind of dictates that along the way, and I understand that. I've been there, done that part of it, so. It's definitely an interesting thing for us, and going to be a good football game. And, this is the first time. 3A is so strange this year. 3A is, from top to bottom, man, I feel like if you can get in, anybody can win it. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
we played Sterlington back in the day, earlier in the year, and so you kind of know where you stand at with all them. And there's just from ranking 21. I did the math this week. From ranking number 21 all the way to 35, anybody could be in. There could be a number 21 playing for a home game tonight if they win, but if they lose, they could not make the playoffs.
Wow.
That's how close all of those are. So it's, in 3A, there's a lot of, 3A is the hardest one to schedule for, because it's just the way it's set up, and there is a lot of parity there.
John, one of the things that, and I know that the fella, I don't know the fella, but I'm sure that the fellow who runs Louisiana Sports Line is probably going to be up until midnight or so or later updating these, and there'll be a lot of parents, coaches, kids hitting refresh to see what's happening with the power ratings before the LHSAA comes out. Going back to what Green Oaks does with Keith Baker, and I forget which coach it was, Adam, maybe you can remember that was burned by Baker rolling to his left and throwing all the way to the other sideline to Crawford streaking down the sideline. A pass that goes like 45 yards down the field, but it's almost a 70-yard pass.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Whenever he rolls one way or the other, you can't just all of a sudden leave your backside receivers alone and try to help with, rolling your defense over. He could burn you up with, he's a busted play burner is what he can really do.
He's a guy that you've got to stay on your people and stay in your zone. The receivers do a great job of coming back. It's that old reset, when you back in the day when we was at recess and you played out there and somebody goes to pointing, you go here, that's kind of what it looks like. And when they do, they scatter everywhere, and somebody's open, and he sees them. And it don't matter where they're at or how they do it, he can throw the ball in any direction, any type, any way to get it to them. And it's happened over and over again. And not only that, he's hard to bring down, too. He's really he's just hard to bring down, so you have to stay on him. I've seen him numerous times with somebody hanging off of him. He throws it 40 yards to the right, and he's on the left side.
Yeah.
With somebody hanging off of him, and all he does is twist his shoulders a little bit and let go of it. So, those are the type of things that you can't prepare for. You can tell your kids to stay on them. They understand that because we played them last year, and we saw it over and over, and same thing when you turn on film now. So there's a lot of things there with them that you got to prepare for.
And vice versa. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then on defense, they're sitting there with Joseph Mason over there, 6'3", 240-pound athlete that's got offers from everybody, I'm sure, on that part of it. So they got some football players.
And Coach Isaac was mentioning that he's obviously concerned about number 14 and number 4 on your side of the ball as well. How healthy are those two fellas heading into tonight's game?
Well, that was one of the things that last week
20.
we were banged up, man. There was I think 4 consecutive plays last week that we had somebody come off with an ankle injury. And they were 14 first. He didn't play the whole second half.
All right, so there goes Scotty.
He didn't play mid through, and then 22, our next explosive guy, he tweaked his ankle. And he wasn't himself the rest of the game in the second quarter. Then 20 got stepped on, on his ankle. That was about 2 plays later, and they're all okay, but it was just, man, it's just one of them things, and that's kind of the way our season has gone this year. Our starting linebacker, our leading tackler was out last week with an ankle injury. So hopefully this week we're semi-healthy. And it's been a while since we have been completely all the way around.
Well, this is the one they need to be healthy for, the season ender with a chance to go to the playoffs with a win and maybe on the outside looking in with a loss. So what's the outfit tonight? It's going to be, 35 degrees or so, 38 degrees by the time the game kicks off? Maybe it's time to break out the old bike coaching shorts and a muscle shirt just to kind of prove your toughness out there.
Well, this is a free-for-all tonight, so you wear what you want to.
Ooh.
When it's cold, there ain't no rules.
It goes out to,
it just, whatever you can find to put on to keep you warm, then that's on you. We don't, when it's kind of like when it's raining and it's cold, fashion and what you look like, that's out the window. You got to take care of yourself.
When's the last time that your bride commented on your
attire on your wardrobe? She ever kind of suggest anything to you?
Oh yeah, but most time it's just purple, black, and silver. So there ain't a whole lot of, that's all I wear. When you're a coach, you got a whole closet full of your coaching gear, and then you got about 3 shirts that you wear for about 3 or 4 years in a row, because you only wear them, once or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
So you rotate them. And I'm sure there's people out there that go, I don't wear that same shirt every time he goes somewhere other than sports. Y'all don't have that, do you?
I do. Yes.
Okay.
I kind of have a rotation of my 20 T-shirts that I wear.
Yeah.
And I just kind of, and Rogers and I, yeah. Now, Hester's the clothes horse in our crew. He comes in something new almost every day, whether it's his new Seattle Sounders jacket.
Wear the same 4 polos every week, and this jacket is 7 years old.
It's brand new to me. I don't think I've ever seen it.
7 years old.
Never seen it.
You carry way too much.
That's kind of the way that goes,
Yeah, I get it. What's going to happen in the LSU-Alabama game?
Ooh, that's a teaser there, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Unless you're going to Alabama, is definitely advantage Alabama, but everything's been advantage Alabama in the last 7 or 8 years, I guess. So I don't know. I think if LSU can run the football a little bit, I think they will score points. And LSU's defense has played a lot better over the last 3 or 4 weeks. So can they cover the guys outside? I don't know. Tomorrow we'll see, because they really hadn't played anybody like that yet.
No, they have not.
They haven't played anybody with some dudes sitting outside at receiver yet, and that's going to be the key on defense. Can they cover? Can they contain Tua and cover them? Because he's going to play, so ain't no doubt about that. But can they contain Tua, and can they cover them dudes outside? Because they got dudes outside.
If Nick Saban is on one end of the spectrum and Ed Orgeron's personality is on the other end of the spectrum, where does Elton John Ware fall on that spectrum? Closer to Saban or closer to Orgeron as far as personality?
Probably right in the middle.
Mm.
Right in the middle.
You
I'm a Saban guy, man. Oh yeah, he's my favorite of all time.
And why is that?
Just because of his everything. I don't know. I when he first came in as LSU coach, I just fell in love with the way he handled everything and the way he did things, the way that, everything was business, when it's business. And if you watch him on the other side, he's not always like that. And he came in here a couple years ago when Devin was getting recruited, man, and it just upped that for me. He was a good dude to come and sit down, and you tell he don't get to do it. He come in and just sit down and talk to us that day, and he don't get to do that kind of stuff very often. But that being said, now Coach O is he called last week. They'll randomly call everybody. You think they'll call, and he called last week and he said, "Hey, Coach Ware." I said, "Hey, Coach, and we have a good relationship." And he said, "Got any more of them Devin Whites up there?" I said, "No, I've been looking for one. We ain't got none." He said, that's what he did for like 15 seconds. I said, "Yeah, Coach," and I started laughing. And I'm sure he had no idea what I said, and I had no idea what he was saying. Country versus Cajun. So, it could be a live show right there in itself. But I had zero clue what he said. But it was like 15 seconds worth of words. He got all excited talking about Devin and and this and that, and it was really funny. When I got off the phone, I was painting the field, and I'm thinking he's sitting in his office. I'm in here painting the field, and I just stood there for a minute and laughed. I was by myself.
That's good
but
stuff,
that is a true
man.
story. Yeah.
Elton John Ware has always got something cooking, man. Well, tonight they take on a Green Oaks Giants team that is explosive. North Webster with the Roland kid, with the Hawthorne kid, the Thomas kid. They've got some explosiveness as well, so it should be a doozy tonight. And you finally get to be at home. It's been a while since you've had a home game, so back in Spring Hill tonight, North Webster versus GO.
Yeah, I'd like to send out some prayers outside to our worker that got killed over here this past week, too.
Oh, wow.
that was a tragedy over here, and like send out prayers to the family.
Very well there, John Ware.
Yep.
Appreciate that, buddy. Well, good luck tonight, my man.
All right, man.
You betcha.
Thanks.
John Ware, 7:50 is the time. Tim Fletcher Show. There's a little breaking news here before we get to Suggs.
Mm-hmm. Breaking news.
Ohio State sent out a statement. Ohio State's Chase Young, the defensive end who is revamping draft boards and Heisman Trophy odds. Their statement reads, Ohio State's Chase Young will not play in this Saturday's game between the Buckeyes and the Maryland Terrapins due to a possible NCAA issue from 2018 that the Department of Athletics is looking into. We will certainly get more information as it comes across and pass it along.
That changes things a bit.
Bum, bum, bum. That is a big game changer, potentially. Mike Suggs will join us on 11:30 The Tiger when we return. Our show is brought to you by the great folks over at Chill and Hill. All these guys we hear about with ankles and injuries and shoulders and elbows and backs. Coach, if you can get them into Chill and Hill, it will help. We know this. It won't hurt. And we know that it does. Actually, scientifically, it helps. It helps. Is it the oxidation process, Hester, kind of promotes the oxygen flow?
Yes.
To where the
pulls
injured
it from one area and redirects it to something like that.
Right. And it's available in cryotherapy, and it takes 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally as long as you're going to be in that cryotherapy chamber is 3 minutes. And it could be the best 3 minutes of your life as far as getting you from point A, where you are right now physically, to where you want to be physically. Chill and Hill, 798-4325, 798-4325. Suggy Bear, Mike Suggs, M-Sug, joins us on 11:30 The Tiger right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric. In Louisiana, there are thousands of miles of utility lines and gas pipelines buried just beneath the surface, sometimes multiple lines in one area. So if you or a contractor you hire is digging a hole to put in a new fence or a pool or for any other reason, you run the risk of hitting underground lines even by digging just a few inches. And then what happens? Maybe you knock out power to your neighborhood, and sometimes it's even worse. Sometimes there's an explosion with injuries or possibly even death. It does happen every year, and there's a simple way to avoid it. Before you dig, call 811. That's right, just call 811 2 days before you dig and tell the operator your address. Someone will come out and mark the locations of the buried lines so you and your contractor can avoid them. It's simple, right? And it's free of charge. And it's the law. Louisiana One Call operates 811 as a public service. And to promote public safety, Louisiana One Call and 11:30 The Tiger reminds you, call 811 and know what's below before you dig.
At AutoZone, we're all about giving you more ways to get the most out of your ride, no matter the road. With our free AutoZone Loan-A-Tool program, you can choose from over 100 specialty tools, borrow the one you need, and get the job done right, all while saving precious time and money. And you can save even more with our great deals, like 5 quarts of Pennzoil high-mileage motor oil and an STP oil filter for just $28.99. Visit us at AutoZone.com and start your job fast. Deposit required. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This weekend, I'm snuggling in my blanket to watch all the holiday movies my heart desires. Nothing is moving me from this couch.
JCPenney's having a sale.
Nothing besides that sale is moving me from this couch.
Thursday through Monday, start the season bright at JCPenney. Come in early for your chance to claim a Peel and Reveal coupon for an extra 20, 30, or 40% off select items across the store. Hurry, coupons are limited. JCPenney. Coupons valid 11/7 to 11/11. Giveaway in-store only while supplies last. Must be 18 or older. Exclusions apply. See store or jcp.com for details.
The great thing about facts, they're proven. Like the fact that crude oil contains impurities. Or that base oil made from natural gas is 99.5% free of impurities. And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30.
You may not notice it's a protein bar. Dark chocolate and crunchy peanuts will do that. Plus, they'll get your family moving again.
Don't stop moving. Don't stop moving.
Nature Valley Peanut Butter Dark Chocolate Protein Bars.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City. 11:30 The Tiger, Bossier City's home for LSU sports.
Missouri, the Tigers. School will be out for the semester here very soon. That is a fact, Jack. And if you're looking for some temporary work, maybe you're a teacher, maybe you're a coach, get some time off. First Choice Personnel, they will be looking for temporary holiday workers aplenty. 797-7810. First Choice Personnel, locally and family owned and operated. Those holiday jobs are out there, and they have got them for you. Get in touch with Nicole and the crew, 797-7810. Nathan and his team are just amazing. It's a family-owned and operated business, locally owned right here. You'll find them in the Bayou Walk Shopping Center off Uri Drive, 797-7810. First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversations continue on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline with Mike Suggs, old Suggy Bear. M. Suggs. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Fletch, how are you this morning?
I'm good. What was your nickname, if you can repeat it, when you were over at NLU?
Shoot, I don't know if I had one very
just
many nicknames. Kind of carried the same one my dad had. They called me Soap a little bit, but that's about it.
Soap?
Yeah.
Now, that's a pretty good nickname. So your dad was called Soap, and you were called Soap.
Yeah.
What's the story behind your dad's nickname being Soap?
Well, last name Suggs, and a lot of people mispronounce it, say Suds.
That's pretty good. I would have never put that together. Soap. That's awesome. See, that's such a better nickname than Fletch. Jeez Louise, I got the worst name in the world. All right. Suggs, good win last night. Took care of business. Your fellas went out there, and not the most conducive elements for especially your brand of football, but obviously some things went pretty well for you for a long period of time there. Can you give us your Monday morning quarterback edition of the game last night?
Well, I thought the kids moved around well. We flew around on defense, and, offensively we turned the ball over a couple times that I didn't like. But, when we weren't turning the ball over, we fumbled a couple times and gave it back to them. But, when we didn't, we moved the ball well.
How did you come out of the game health-wise heading into next week's playoff opener?
We came out fine. I mean, we got one hurt. We lost our starting free safety the day before the game in pregame. Twisted his ankle.
Good grief.
Just running down the field on air. So that hurt us. He wasn't able to play last night. And, hopefully we'll get him back next week. I don't know.
Jeez Louise. Do you kind of have a pretty good idea of where you're going to be in the power rating? Is it going to be 9? Is that kind of locked in?
That's what it looks like. It looks like we're going to be 9, and we'll play the loser of Holy Cross and St. Aug.
All right, so you're heading down south next Friday.
Looks like it, yeah, unless there's something we don't know about somewhere.
Yeah, and of course the great thing about being the 9 or the 8 seed is that if you win, well, by golly, you get to play the number 1 seed. Might as well play them in the second round, get it all over with, move on after that. Knock off the best right out of the chute there, Mike.
You're going to win it. You got to beat them all. So
yeah.
Might as well play them right away.
And right
so,
now,
yeah, that's the case. The winner of our game will play Rummel.
Have you had a chance to take a look at Rummel? By the way, I know that you're more concerned, obviously, with St. Aug and Holy Cross. Were you surprised that Rummel beat John Curtis, or not?
No, I wasn't. That's a very heated rivalry there. Those two teams don't like each other very much. And, Rustin played Rummel earlier in the year, and I still talk to Ab quite often. And Ab told me that after they played them, that may be the best defense he's seen since the 98 West Monroe team, which is a very, very bold statement. And I've had several other people tell me the same things, that Rummel may have the best defense that they've seen in a long, long time. And, they've shown it throughout the year. They didn't give up a touchdown, I don't think, for the first 6 or 7 ball games.
Yeah, they didn't give up a touchdown until week 7. And that was 1 touchdown. Basically, if my math is right, John Curtis almost doubled the point total against Rummel in 1 game. They've given up, I think, 25 points all season long, and they gave up 20 against John Curtis. So,
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
impressive
one
in that
touchdown was in overtime.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's
So
right.
I think they shut them out in the second half, and then gave up a touchdown in overtime, and Rummel scored and kicked the extra point, and then Curtis got it in overtime and scored, and then went for two and didn't make it.
And boy, it looked like they almost made it too. I saw the video. It looked like it was a depending on where the spot is, that ball's either touching the goal line, or if it's not a friendly spot, it's just about an inch away from it, I guess. So that Catholic League is certainly something to see. And of course, will y'all scout tonight's action to kind of, get a heads up, or are you kind of depending on huddle and all that good stuff?
No, we'll wait and get the film. I mean, we've already got some film on both of them, but we can start on them today. And, it's kind of hard to do too much because you don't know which one you're going to face. I think I've already seen St. Aug a little bit, and they can match anybody athletically. And, Holy Cross always has good athletes, and they're a very well-coached football team. And so neither one of them is going to be easy for sure.
Mike, with a win last night over Southwood to wrap up the regular season, heading into the postseason now. Now you have a Friday night free. You'll be footloose and fancy-free and all relaxed for tomorrow afternoon's LSU-Alabama game. Suggs, a guy who, you can appreciate hard-nosed football, that's for certain. It's going to be a little different LSU-Alabama game tomorrow. Not that it won't be physical, but I think we're all expecting this kind of points explosion tomorrow. Would it shock you if it's a low-scoring game, or would it not shock you because of just the talent that's on the field defensively, that if these two teams don't reach the 30s, maybe it's not a 31-27 game, but 20-17 type game? That going to surprise you if that happens?
It wouldn't surprise me either way. I mean, when you have 2 weeks to prepare from somebody, and you have Saban on one side, and you've got Aranda on the other side, and you got 2 weeks to get a plan together, it wouldn't surprise me if it's a low-scoring ball game. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think with Tua in the ball game and the way LSU is with Burris on offense, I don't think you're going to keep them from scoring at least some points. I would be surprised if the game wasn't in the 30s by both of them. But like I said, you never can tell. A lot of times you think there's going to be this big explosion of points,
right? And
it ends up being a 10-7 ball game.
Yeah, but as much as these guys have played in big games, there's a lot of tension that's built up into this thing, and I think that if LSU can come out and play relaxed, which I don't think they have in the last few years against Alabama, I wonder how much confidence they come into this game if that shows up. That's the time, Mike, when, man, you want your guys to have a little bit of swagger and a little bit of confidence heading into a road game like this, because the last thing they need to do is to feel tight and all of a sudden find themselves down 2 scores and start thinking, oh, boy, here we go again, So,
yeah, I don't think that'll be the case just because of mainly Joe Burris. It's not his personality. He's a fiery competitor, but he doesn't seem to get rattled over anything. And, I think he's going to come in. He doesn't seem to ever press too much. And in these ball games, that's what gets you in trouble sometimes is, a quarterback trying to win the game himself, trying to do too much. And I haven't seen him do that any. He's got such great playmakers around him. I think they're going to be fine.
And the thing that just is still kind of hard to wrap your brain around is that this kid was a 57% passer for the bulk of last year. And right now he's 2 percentage points ahead of the curve to set an NCAA all-time record for all divisions. D3, D2, D1. Colt McCoy set the record at 76% a few years ago at Texas, completing 78.8% of his passes. Mike, I mean, you played wide receiver in college. You played with some pretty good quarterbacks in college. That's unfathomable, I think, if someone would have said back in those days, hey, man, there's going to be a guy that's going to complete nearly 80% of his passes for a passing team down the road. That just doesn't compute to me to be able to be that accurate on a regular basis.
Yeah, it is. That's very difficult to do. A lot of people can't do it on air.
No, heck no.
to get out there and do it against the competition they're doing again is phenomenal. I think, what they're doing in the passing game this year as compared to what they've done in the past, it helps him with that a little bit, but to jump up, 20%, that is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, Mike Suggs and the Bird Yellow Jackets back in it again. Win last night over Southwood. They'll be on the road in the playoffs next week. We'll find out Saturday morning, Sunday, who they're going to face. We'll talk to Mike about it next Friday. Suggs, certainly hope you have a great weekend, buddy.
All right, you too, Fleck.
Thanks, man. Old Soap. Taking us to the top of the hour. What's your nickname? What was it? Head? No. Well, your mom told us what your nickname was at some point, didn't she?
I don't know. Did she?
What was your nickname in high school? Yes. Boy, that sounded like something else almost.
It sure did for a second.
Hester?
Hester?
In high school? I didn't really have one in high school, I guess. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't remember one.
We just always had nicknames growing up. Like I played with Sneaky, Ticky, Skillet, Dooney. These are all guys that I played football and basketball with. You didn't have a Skillet, Dooney, or Nicky or Ticky?
Nah, I mean it was just the names, like B-rolls.
Y'all just have no imagination. You millennials. Just take the easy way out.
I don't care enough about this.
We need more good nicknames, man.
Apologies. I'm sorry.
It makes you feel good.
We somehow survived?
Like I'm over on the wing. Fella! And Charles Franklin would throw me the ball.
Fella?
Yeah.
It's not a nickname.
F-E-L-L-A? Yeah.
That's just fellow. Fella.
He's fella.
You're fella. Everybody's fella.
Charles Franklin was fella.
No, stop it.
Kelvin was Ticky.
What does that
Joe
even
Lewis
mean?
was Sneaky.
What's
He even
Ticky?
had a barbecue joint he called Sneakies. Pierce Gregg was Big Dooney.
Those don't mean anything to me. What does that mean?
What was his real name? Skillet was my favorite. Guy's a funny guy.
I'm sorry?
You should be. Your whole generation. It's just nicknames are done. All it is first initial of your first name and your first three letters of your last name. That's it. That's your new initial or nickname, whatever.
Well, you shouldn't probably talk to any of the hockey guys anytime soon because they just add ER.
Yes.
Or
a Z or a Y or Y. Isn't it?
Y.
Muskie.
Y
Soupy.
or ER. That's pretty much it.
Jeez. What are we going to do with you guys?
It's a good point here on the text line. Saying fellow is like Hulk Hogan just saying brother.
All right, that's a nickname, though.
No, it's not. It's just what he calls everybody. It's not a nickname.
That's what somebody I used to work with called everyone because he couldn't remember people's names.
Brother.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. How you doing, brother? I've worked with you for 15 years, but I can't remember your name. He was a good and faithful servant. I know that much. Rapolo's Installation.
Champion.
865-5113. 865-5113. Hey, cowboy.
Hey, champion.
Hey, champ.
No, champion.
Champion?
The full thing. Champion.
Is really?
There were a couple of guys that,
They were referred to
Hey,
as
champion. People know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about as well. 865-5113, 865-5113. Rapolo's Insulation. It is going to be bone-chilling cold. You don't want Centerpoint getting all your money at Christmas time. They are like the Grinch that stole your checking account. It's not their fault. They're just doing what you're doing. You're allowing them to take your money if you don't have the right insulation. If you want to feed that beast, go ahead, knock yourself out. Let the fat cats get fatter. But if you want to slim up those fat cats and slim up your utility bills, call Brian Rapolo, 865-5113, 865-5113. David Franklin of Haynesville joins us in advance of the Claiborne Parish Super Bowl. That's tonight. We'll talk to him next. Let's Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City. GBT, the great banking team with 3 locations all around Shreveport and Bossier, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, 3400 Line Avenue, and in Bossier, East Texas, next to the Bellagio. Make your holiday season
brighter with free hometown reward checking at GBT, the great banking team.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and incredible news story, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Employee pricing! That's right. Employee Pricing Plus at the Black Friday sales event is happening all month long at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. On select 2019 models, you can get Employee Pricing Plus all manufacturers rebates. This is literally a once-in-a-decade kind of deal. Seriously, last time Chrysler did this, I was in middle school. And we're expecting this to help us blow past our November sales record. So you better act fast, because once these cars are gone, they're gone. Look, if you're driving a 2019 or a 2020 Chevy Silverado and you absolutely hate it, congratulations, you qualify for an extra $1,500 in total savings. So come see us today at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram I-220 Benton Road in Bossier City. And remember, if it doesn't say Landers, you probably pay too much.
We may not have bitterly cold winters, but we certainly are getting that uncomfortable winter ahead. And nothing is more uncomfortable than having to bundle up with 7 blankets, have to buy extra dogs just to stay warm. Dude, save the doggies, save the blankets, call AccuTemp. That's the smartest way to stay warm. 861-2255. Jimmy V's Fajita Factory is ready for your holiday party reservations. Get in touch with Jared, 741-3144, 741-3144. Fresh Mex this holiday season? Sign me up, Buttercup. Jimmy V's Fajita Factory, Old Minden Road, right off I-20 in Bossier. Cormier Family Dentistry is still the only dentist office that I've ever really looked forward to going to visit yet again. Just got through with my 6-month checkup, already counting down the days to my next checkup. I love going to Cormier Family Dentistry. They make it fun. They make it inviting. They're so nice. And Adam and Jana Cormier are just the tops, man. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Oh, buddy, it's Eggnog Daiquiri season. Daiquiri Express. Every location, all 5, have got enormous amounts of eggnog daiquiris. They know you want it. They know you've got it. They have it. You want it. Get together. Eggnog daiquiris at Daiquiri Express. Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU sports. 1130, The Tiger.
What's happening, folks? 8:13 the time. Tim Fletcher Show with Adam Hester and Roger Sampson. Brewer Quality Homes taking care of business, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. I'm sure a few of the Brew crew getting ready to head over to Tuscaloosa for the big LSU-Alabama game. Of course, Capco Homes. The fellows who have Capco are big Bama supporters. They've got a big luxury box and stuff up there. Dude, Capco, there's a reason why those guys are able to do that, because they sell a lot of Capco homes. And they sell a lot of Capco homes because they are customizable, they are incredible, they are vast, they are luxurious, they have everything you're looking for in a manufactured home, and then some. Some things you can't even imagine being in a manufactured home, you'll find in a Capco home at Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Everything Donnie touches turns to soul. Joining us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversation with David Franklin, head coach of the Haynesville Golden Tornado. Hey, David, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
We're all right, man. The 100 and what? 4th? 5th?
Well, I'm not sure. It's a lot. It's a lot of them, because a couple of years in there we played twice. So
that's true.
It's actually more. I guess 2007 was 100 years. So 12 more years than that.
Yeah, I think Hunter Bauer just sent me a message. It's the 111th time that Haynesville and Homer have met in football. Holy moly.
That we know of.
That you know of, yeah, no doubt. And Haynesville leads the all-time series, 72-33-5. They won last year, 42-14. The first game was in 1907. Wow. Is that not just a blast to be a part of that kind of series history, David?
It is. Of course, it's changed over the years, the way it's played, and, but there's just a lot of history behind it, but, the rivalry's still the same. And I don't know this quite as hated as it used to be, but it's still a big rivalry.
What's one of your best memories of
the Haynesville-Homer matchups?
But we were talking about that yesterday. Unfortunately, some of my memories are not good memories, but that's what we were talking about. This is one of those games that, no matter how old you get, you're going to, because it's so important to you. And so you put so much into it, and there's just so much that goes into this whole week that it's important. And no matter what, you're going to remember, plays. You're going to remember things from this ball game tonight for the rest of your life. And of course, I got Tony Gann on my team. Well, he plays for Homer. Of course, he's 100%, tornado now. But he still played at Homer, and he has a lot of respect for him, and still, has a lot of good memories. But back when he played, I think they got the best of us a little bit more than we got the best of them. So he had to bring that up last night.
Well, that was nice of him. Those memories that just never seem to fade, do they?
That's right.
As far as how the playoff brackets are shaping up, is it looking like you're going to be right there in 9, 10, 11 range? Is that about right?
It's hard to tell. Of course, a win tonight would be good. It would put us in a position for a possible bye. Of course, I really don't like that. I'd like to have a game. But it puts us in a lot better position. But, either way, it's just however they fall, but more importantly than that, we need to have a good ball game tonight. It'd be great to be able to win one and just get some momentum going into these playoffs.
Is it top 5 get a bye in 1A? Top 8?
I think it's 8.
Top 8 get a bye, and
yeah.
So yeah, you definitely could move your way up in with a win like that. And of course, there's a few games that are going to be played between teams tonight that are someone's got to lose. It could also affect the way that you kind of approach this thing as well.
That's right. There's a lot of teams in there that are really, really close with numbers, and it just, some of it's out of your control. It depends on what everybody else does, and if we have something like that too. So, I think just more important than all that tonight, we need to play a good ball game. So,
how has practice been this week after the Calvary game? Obviously, that was just not what anybody wanted to happen last Friday night. So,
no, it certainly wasn't. And just the amount of points scored was kind of a little disheartening. We're not used to that kind of stuff, and but it's been good. I told the guys Friday night after the game, we're going to put this one behind us. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to look at it. We didn't even watch the film. I don't think that we got anything out of that. I thought that last week we had an excellent week of preparation, and things went good, and I really felt good about going into it. But it certainly didn't go that way on Friday night. The attitude has been good this week. We're looking forward to a good game tonight. This game has a lot of, it has a lot on it other than just Haynesville and Homer. There's a lot of things, after playing the way we played, our kids are, they've been a little down. We need to play well tonight. We've had a good week, so we're looking forward to it.
Haynesville and Homer, the 111th meeting between these two teams. I don't even know who would be second in the state as far as the most meetings.
Not sure.
Heck, Airline
and
Shreve
and
have
Spring
been,
Hill. I don't know.
Maybe Haynesville. Yeah, no lie. It could very well be. You're going to Homer tonight, so it's a 7:00 kick. You remember, of course, Richie playing at Homer, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What do you see when you see him as a head coach? You've probably seen some guys that you've played against or coached against that have gone on to be head coaches. What does he bring to the table as the head coach of the Homer Pelicans?
I think he's doing an excellent job. I've always had a lot of respect for him, as a player, and then, getting to watch him play at Louisiana Tech and, as a coach, he's a young coach, but I think that he's handled things very well. I think he's done a good job. And, when you see how they're playing, they're playing in a way that they believe in themselves right now, and they're super fast. And he doesn't try to make them do things that they don't need to be doing. With the speed they've got, they've got 9 skill players on defense, and that's what they've got. That's the cards they've been dealt, and that's the way he plays them. They're super fast and athletic all over the field, but I think he's done a really good job of getting them in position to be where they need to be.
David, of course, tomorrow it's the biggie, LSU versus Alabama. Your pops grew up an Alabama fan. Nick Saban certainly has done a nice job recruiting, especially here in North Louisiana. He does a pretty good job recruiting in South Louisiana as well. And so that's Certainly want to get your thoughts on that, but also, is your kiddo going to be able to play tonight?
I'm sorry. Oh, he is not.
Okay.
He's not going to be able to, but everything is okay.
Okay.
He's not going to be able to play, but hopefully we'll get to play next week, and he'll get back into that. Everything has just been a little stiff and a little sore this week. I'd have to say my house, my family, we're probably rooting for LSU. It's different when you got a kid down there, and I honestly have spent a lot of time licking wounds and getting ready for this ball game this week. I have no idea what's going on. I barely even know the game's going to be played, but if I get to watch it, I think it'd be a great ball game to watch.
David Franklin and the Haynesville Golden Tornado. The 111th meeting, the Claiborne Parish Super Bowl, tonight is being played in Homer. It's the season ender in the regular season. Of course, the playoffs await both the Pelicans and the Golden Tornado. So this is not the end, but it is certainly the means that are going to be justified tonight when these two teams get together in Homer, Louisiana. If you've never been to a Claiborne Parish Super Bowl, you owe it to yourself as well to check that out, whether it's in Haynesville or Homer. It is a sight to see. These kids will lay it on the line tonight. David, thank you very much, buddy. Congratulations on another fantastic year with the Haynesville Golden Tornado, and good luck tonight against Richie and the Pelicans.
Thanks, Fletch. Appreciate it.
You bet. 8:21 is the time. I don't know if I've done anything 111 times. Brush my teeth, shower, that kind of stuff. Urinated, yeah, okay. You'll probably use the bathroom. Okay. Eaten. I wonder if we eat 111 times in a month. That'd be almost 3.1 meals per day. 3.2.
I don't know.
Huh. Snacking's not a meal, is it? That's something I snack on, like Jimmy V's. Is that a snack? Yeah, that is your meal. Esther, I know you're closing out of here before your buddy Neil May comes on. Words of wisdom. Leave us something that people will remember you by.
Nobody's going to remember this.
To tide them over. What?
Again, he's never seen the movie, so he doesn't understand the rest. It's impossible to me.
Did you see where Amazon is going to reboot A League of Their Own and make it a series?
I'm okay. I'm all right. I don't need that.
Yeah. The girl from what's the movie? The show with Ted Danson and
Good Place.
Good Place. The girl who plays the robot kind of girl is going to be one of the.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Disney Plus is doing the same to Mighty Ducks. Yeah,
really?
Don't need that. Oh, I'd like to remember them how they were. He has no idea about how they were because he's never watched League of Their Own.
I'll watch the series.
Oh, Tim.
I thought I would just kind of issue him a stunner.
It's a good weekend, though. For me, I've got a big soccer game that leads into LSU Alabama perfectly tomorrow.
Who?
Dortmund versus Bayern Munich, big Germany clash. It's kind of really the LSU Alabama version,
right,
of Germany.
Now, Pulisic's no longer there, right?
No, he's at Chelsea. He's in England now. So that leads right into LSU Alabama. Texas and Kansas State will be on the computer. LSU and Alabama will be on TV.
Nice.
And then what time do the Saints play Sunday?
Noon.
Okay. So I'll get at least the first half of that because MLS Cup's at 2 on Sunday. So
and Sounders playing for it all.
Sounders and Toronto, part 3. Third time in 4 years.
There you go. Atlanta's the only outlier, right?
Yes, they got it last year.
Look at me. I know all this.
Mm-hmm.
I know this MLS stuff. Major Soccer League, MSL.
He was so close, Rogers. And then the Seahawks do not play until Monday. So I wonder if that might have been put on Monday for a reason. When they looked at the possibility of the Sounders being in the.
Oh, look at you!
I wonder about that.
Look at you thinking ahead.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you tonight.
All right, boys.
Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland, comes your way tonight, 7 to 10:30. It should be a doozy. A lot of great games, a lot of meaningful games. We've got our correspondents. Have a couple of guest correspondents, including a couple of quarterback coaches' dads. Got McLaughlin's dad from Mendon, and Peyton Stovall's dad from Houghton is going to be sitting in pinch hitting tonight for Jeff Rhodes and Mike Sewell, respectively. Friday Football Frenzy, powered by Chevyland. We care about you at Chevyland. They certainly care about local taking care of everything that you need to take care of. PayPal. They have got you covered. Chevyland, 9.5 acres of cars and trucks to choose from. You're going to love working with Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, Bubba Whittingham, Jay Wang, all the fine fellows and ladies over at Chevyland that make that dealership just what it is, a very, very special place. We'll be back with Neil May right after this. Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City. Join us each Friday for Forkum Fridays with Northwestern State University. Every single Friday, 8:30. Tune in, get the latest on Demon Sports as they get ready for Southland Conference action. It's Forkum Friday, every Friday.
You're on 49. It is so easy to just hit that Burt Coons exit and swoop into Swoop.
If you need to top off your tank, Swoop. Locally owned and operated. Of course you want to support a Shreveport business and a Bossier business on Industrial in Bossier City. But at the Swoop in Shreveport, sweetie,
those
they've
breakfast sandwiches.
Breakfast sandwiches where the biscuits are a mile high.
Ho, 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 ho.
Sausage, egg, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuits. They've
hot
got
coffee
hot
and
coffee,
the OJ.
clean restrooms. Brighten your day at Swoop.
There it is.
You know, Nicole, they say I've got an electric personality. Does that help me out at First Choice Personnel?
It would help you. I'm looking for electrical or mechanical, technical people.
I'm not so mechanical, but I do have an electric personality.
Sounds good. You come my way. Let me see what I can do for you.
All right, 797-7810, 797-7810. First Choice Personnel, make First Choice your last call. The Bayou Bell Waste Boys are in studio with us, Clem McCullough, Russell Hall. It's got to be so fun working with people you care so much about.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have a great time every day, and I tell you, it's just so fulfilling to be able to support the local economy and hire people and be able to support families. We absolutely have a blast every day, and we certainly appreciate all your support.
Bayou Bell Waste, 671-9900, BayouBellWaste.com. My old pal Puff is here. Puff, I've known you since we were, 12 years old?
At least.
One thing I've always known about you, you like choices.
I do. I love to have an option.
Options. That's exactly what you get at Red River Brewing. You like this one? You like a stout? Do you like a saison? Do you like a lager? Choices.
They have a whole flight of stuff that's just amazing.
It's the flight that even those who are afraid of heights will enjoy. Red River Brewing. Let Swoop Stores brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport, 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
Where Shreveport and Bossier come for LSU Sports, 1130 The Tiger.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 1130 The Tiger, Tim Fletcher Show. It's 828. The saga of Friday continues as we unfold and unroll the day before us. Our show is presented to you by the fine folks over at Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram. GoLanders.com, the home of the 59-minute car deal. They have got Employee Pricing Plus. Employee Pricing Plus, Rogers, you Wesley Webbit, for their big Black Friday sales going on. So basically you pay what the employees pay, and you know they get a good deal. Now, here's something that I have got my eye on. Doesn't mean I'm going to be able to get it. Boy, I would love it. 2020 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited, 3-liter turbo diesel, 540 miles of driving range, 30 miles per gallon. We've had 3 Jeeps, I think, and we still have 2. 30 miles per gallon is quite the increase over what we've gotten with our Jeep. That is amazing. 2020 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited, 3-liter turbo diesel, 30 miles per gallon, 540 miles of driving range. That's a lot of rocks to climb and a lot of hills to conquer. And that Jeep from Landers Dodge, Chrysler Jeep Ram, GoLanders.com. We're joined now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline, First Choice Personnel Coaches Conversation, by good old Neil May, head coach of the Parkway Panthers. Hello, Neil. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Roger. How y'all doing?
We're all right.
We all right, my man.
We got no problems, buddy. Just, you know, it's football season. It's football weather. It's going to be cold. Parkway and Houghton play tonight, wrapping up a regular season. That's the way it should be, isn't it?
That's right. It's all right. It's always fun to play a parish rival, you know, at the end of the season.
So what is it going to take for the Parkway Panthers to close out the regular season on a winning note tonight?
Well, we're sure hoping that happens tonight. Halton, this is probably one of the better teams that they've had. Probably since Dak. Thinking back on Dak's senior year, I remember kind of like this. We played them week 10 at Preston Crown over Dak's senior year, and I believe we were both like 9-0 at the time. And our stadium was full at 5:30. It was a lot of fun, and I think tonight, this is probably one of their better teams that they've had since Dak. And I know they've been dealing with some injuries and such, and we've certainly had that in recent years. But for us tonight, we're going to have to slow down the potential if those guys. Or if not, if those guys do or don't play tonight, Stovall and McWilliams, and they got the Sweeney kid, and they got the running back number 3, and they're all seniors, and they've been playing for a while. We got to slow those guys down. I can't think of the kid's name. He wears number 14 at wide receiver, and he's gotten a lot better. And we got to slow those guys down. And then offensively, we're going to, Coach Gary Smith is their defensive coordinator, and he does a great job. And, they've got a defensive end, number 36, that is just amazing. I think he's going to McNeese.
Yeah, the Chapel kid.
Yeah. He's phenomenal. And just a bunch of kids on their defense that remind me a lot of our defense right now. They play hard, get after it. So it's going to be a deal to where, I think it's going to be two very good defenses going at each other tonight, and could potentially be a defensive battle. And our kids this week, man, we've had great practice all week. I know it was a bummer last week to lose against Southwood by 2 points and such, but I feel like our kids really responded this week at practice. They've worked hard. They've kept their head up. Keep fighting, and let's get ready for Halton tonight.
Earlier, Jason Brotherton, not telling tales out of school. By the way, 14 Matthew Witten has been a kid that's really come along strong for them. He did mention that C.J. McWilliams will not play tonight. Peyton Stovall will dress, but they're going to start their freshman quarterback, and Peyton's going to be kind of there as an emergency type guy. So so both of you guys going in tonight with the quarterbacks that weren't your starting quarterbacks when the season began. So it's going to be interesting how this all shakes out. And for the Parkway Panthers, Neil, I'm no mathematician, but if you win, you're in the playoffs, I believe, right?
I believe so. Right now they've got us just in the unofficial power rating at 32. Obviously, if we could win tonight, that would probably jump us up probably in the 25 range, maybe 24. And then honestly, just kind of looking at it, I mean, if things don't go well tonight, I think there's even still an outside shot then.
I do too.
Because because Halton would at that point have 8 wins, and we would get those 8 points, and that'll just kind of be a deal that we would have to keep our eye on if it does go that way. But to be honest, we haven't been thinking in those terms all week. We've been thinking, let's go out there tonight and get after it and see where it would bump us up to.
Neil May, head coach of the Parkway Panthers, joining us. And Neil, you've had to deal with injuries, obviously Justin and Terrace in the same season in your first year on the job there, and now a little bit of a different type of adversity with your quarterback no longer eligible there to play football this season, from what I understand. How do you handle that as a coach? That they don't teach you that when you're taking classes in college and you become an assistant coach somewhere and you dream of being the high school coach who's getting the trophy in the Superdome. They don't really prepare you for these kind of things. So how do you handle them, and how has it gone over with the kids?
I think it's gone well. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the adversity that we've dealt with the last 2 or 3 years, over and over and over, I've had coaches tell me that have been a head coach for 20, 30 years that have told me, boy, Coach Dunn called me yesterday. Coach Bachman called me a couple of days ago. Just being encouraging and things like that. And, I don't know, Tim, I've just always been one that, in my mind, winning does not reveal character. Adversity reveals character. So I have tried to do my best over the last 2 or 3 years, whether it be the injuries or whether it be whatever, I've tried to do my best to hold things together, keep things, what do I believe is right and what do I believe is wrong, and teach the boys, what this game can teach you in life, despite winning and losing, because in life you're going to win sometimes and you're going to lose sometimes, and sometimes bad things happen, and are you gonna pack up and leave? Are you gonna how are you gonna handle it? So I think even in adversity, this is high school football. We're not Alabama and LSU, and I'm certainly not making Orgeron's salary or Saban's salary that they're going to get for this year. We're high school football coaches, and yeah, we all want to win, and winning's fun, and I've certainly been a part of a lot of wins. But sometimes adversity strikes, and it might cause you to lose. But, what is it going to teach you that you're going to take with you the rest of your life?
Excellent points by a guy who certainly lives walks the walk and talks the talk. Neil May, head coach for the Parkway Panthers. Big matchup tonight against the Houghton Buccaneers. Of course, if Parkway wins, they're in pretty good shape for the postseason. And like you said, even with a loss, they still may find their way into the postseason bracket once those are all unveiled on Sunday. Now, Neil, of course, everyone's attention around here tomorrow will quickly turn to Tuscaloosa. People will wake up early. They'll start cooking. They've got friends coming over. They already made plans. They're going to walk-ons, or they're going to Rotolo's, they're going to Jimmy V's. They're going somewhere to watch the game. Where will you watch the LSU-Alabama game?
I don't know, man. I've kind of contemplated, do I, think and get out well, I can't do bunny ears anymore at the deer camp. I got to go the digital deal.
Yep.
And, so do I go deer camp? Do I go, obviously the most comfortable spot would be my recliner in my living room.
I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah. There's actually a little get together in South Bossier with a friend of mine that I think they're going to cook a pig and such. One of my freshman football players who's good friends with my son and such growing up, and so I might do that. I don't know yet. I kind of just with Friday night, you don't ever know what time you're going to get. I don't know what time I'll get home this morning or tomorrow morning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that, and then Saturday morning getting up and potentially getting ready for a playoff game and such. So we'll see where we are. All I know is I will be watching. Yep. I will be rooting for number 6 and the rest of the Tigers.
Yep.
Obviously Terrace Marshall is a Parkway kid, and he bleeds red and black, and we all love him, and we wish him well. And I hope him and the Tigers get after it tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon.
Same here, buddy. Neil May, head coach of the Parkway Panthers. Buddy, best of luck tonight against Jay Bro and the Houghton Buccaneers. Neil
Jay
May.
Bro, I like that.
Yeah, see? I think it's catching on. Call him that tonight. He'll love it. He'll love it. All right, man. Neil, good luck tonight, buddy.
Thanks, man. Talk to y'all later.
You too. Look forward to talking to Neil May every week. He's a super nice fella. Tim Fletcher Show, 11:30 The Tiger. We'll take a quick timeout. Mudbugs Hockey, they're back in town in just a couple of weeks. Get your tickets, 636-7094. Go to the website, mudbugshockey.com. Christmas time is hockey time around here. 4 weekends of home games in December for the Mudbugs. Back with Big Bad Brad Laird of Northwestern State right after this. Let's Swoop Stores. Brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport. 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City. I literally was walking around one of those big box stores, that sell sporting equipment the other day, and family was looking for helmets.
Yeah.
And little kid who still had Clearasil on his face said, "Over there's the helmets."
They don't know.
They don't know.
What do they know?
They know nothing.
We'll go somewhere where they do know something.
Oh, Sports World.
There.
8809 Joella. Been around since 1973. Hester, they got helmets that can fit our heads.
They do, and they know the needs of the local coaches.
They certainly
These other
do.
places don't.
No, they don't know the local coaches. Sports World, 8809 Joella. When you think of ice cold beer, Puff, what do you think of?
Red River Brewing.
When you think of so many abundant flavors that are just incredible, bursting on your tongue, what do you think of?
Red River Brewing.
1200 Marshall Street, where downtown meets I-20. We are fortunate to have Sweet Nicole with us here from First Choice Personnel. Nicole, I have very little computer skills, but there is a big need for people who have a special skill, correct?
We are. We're looking for data entry specialists with strong Excel skills. We have a lot of companies now looking for people to do data entry, and if anyone is looking for a job, let me know.
797-7810. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice your last call. Whether it's food, whether it's furniture, you name it, if you're shopping for it, you're more than likely wanting it quick, fast, and easy. Well, in the car business, Bubba, you guys have adapted to the times, haven't you?
You know, Fletch, we understand that people don't have time. You don't have time to come around and kick tires and do all the stuff we used to do. So at Chevyland, look, if you want to do the whole deal by telephone, we'll do it by telephone. If you want to work through text message and pictures of your car and stuff, we can do that. I can give you payments. I can give you trade-in, do everything before you get to the dealership, and I can even bring it to your house if you need to.
The future is here with Chevyland. Mudbugs hockey is here. The season is underway. The 4th season in the North American Hockey League for the Shreveport Mudbugs has arrived. They've already won a championship. They've made the postseason in their other 2 seasons as well, so you know you're going to be watching a successful squad out there on the ice at George's Pond at Hirsch Coliseum. It's great entertainment. Join us at Mudbugs Hockey this year. MudbugsHockey.com. Let's Swoop Stores. Brighten your day. 109 East Burt Coons in Shreveport. 3818 Industrial Drive in Bossier City.
1130 The Tiger. Shreveport's home for sports.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back on 1130 The Tiger. It's 842 on a beautiful Friday morning. We certainly hope all is well with you and yours as this football weekend really starts to take off tonight with high school football games aplenty. Just a reminder for you that the wonderful folks over at Walker Spring and Break are here to make sure that when you go to a game that you're able to stop on time, stop on a dime, like Rogers Hampton back at Friendship Academy, man. Be able to stop on a dime and cut. Walker Spring and Break, 222-0671. You can't do it quite so much anymore, Rogers. Going to have to take you to Chilling Hill. And to get you into physical therapy. Walker Spring and Break, it is your PT for your brakes, your leaf springs. If you got a haulability factor going on with a cargo van or a box truck or just your pickup truck needs to have a little more oomph or hauling power, nobody better than Walker Spring and Break. They've been doing it since 1928. 222-0671. Call Landon Grambling. He'll get your appointment set up at Randy Bradford's place. Walker Spring and Break. 222-0671. Big Bad Brad Laird joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Forkum Friday. What's up there, Brad Laird? How you doing, sir?
Good. What's up, guys? I'm just sitting there wondering, do we have any video on that? Talking about Roger stopping on the dime. I'm wondering if we got any video. I'd love to see it.
I would pay to see that, Brad. You got one film of it somewhere? Where is that?
Another team had it one time in 2 years at Friendship. Did we ever get to look at film?
Yeah.
And another school gave it to us.
Yeah.
And one reason I remember this film so well, it happened to be a game that I scored a touchdown on 4th down to win the game and put us in first place in our division. The running back behind me was leaning forward when they snapped the ball. The other team declined it. Game was over, and we lost. And that's the one piece of film I got to see. And I remember we got to that part, and I made Coach about 5 times rewind that. And the
Heck
room,
yeah.
the room was just so quiet, and that the running back dude's like, "Raj, I'm so sorry, man." I mean, he didn't even have to do anything. He wasn't even going to block for me on the play, and he was leaning forward on those tiptoes, and they called it. But I scored the game winner. We were going to be in first place for the first time in like 5 years for Friendship Academy. And I just remember sitting on my knees in the end zone, and it took me about a minute to get off my knees. Because when they just said, decline, game over, it wasn't, you do it over.
Right.
They declined it, game over.
Wow.
The one piece of film I got to see, one of the worst moments of my life.
I'm kind of sorry we brought it up now,
I know,
Brad.
thanks, man.
Jeez,
Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but I was
lie.
homecoming, Bo, so that made it better.
There we go. That makes everything better. Oh, boy. That's a rough memory. Sorry about that, Rogers.
Yeah, I hate I brought that up.
No lie. Man, I tell you, if you look at the first half film from the McNeese game last week, you're a pretty happy camper, aren't you, Brad?
Tim, I tell you, golly, man, you look at how our guys prepared and coaches prepared, and and we started fast. Defensively, we get a 3 and out, get a sack on the second play. Offensively, bam, 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 go down there and score at 7-0 on the road. And then I was proud of our team. They returned the kickoff after that for a touchdown. Bam, we get the momentum, bam, they get it right back. And but what we did after that, we take it down there, we kick a field goal, it's 10-6, and kind of battle back and forth. Get a couple of takeaways defensively. It's 17-9, and we defense does a great job of holding there at the end of the first half. We burn a couple of timeouts, and offensively, man, we just click on down there. And, have an opportunity there on third at about the 4. That's one that we would love to have back, which there's several within a game that you're going to want back. But had to settle for a field goal and didn't convert, and so. But we did a lot of good things and really controlled the game the first half to be up 17-9.
And then, of course, the opening drive of your third quarter, the lead increases. Things are going well. You get right there in the red zone, and that's something you've talked about, Brad, red zone opportunities, cashing in those touchdowns, and you end up with a field goal. The old you look back and go, man, if we had just been able to cash that in for 6, that could have changed everything. So you've changed. It seems like you've kind of modified this, philosophy of yours where now you're, hey, man, we get inside the plus 40, we're going for it. We got 4 downs to make 10 yards. We're inside that 20 to 40-yard line markers. How do you kind of approach those downs now as the season wears on here with the tail end? 3 games left, 4 games left, 3 left?
3.
3 left.
Yeah, 3.
When you get down inside the 10, have you started thinking maybe we'll just make this 4-down territory?
Well, all situations are different, and how's the game going? Where are we at in the game? Are we controlling the game? Things like that really make a difference. And, it's, because, Daniel converted that field goal there. In the second half, the drive that you're talking about at the beginning of the second half, and that's a drive right there that, to make it 20-9, starting out the second half, you want to make sure you get points. Yeah, we want it. There's no doubt. Those field goals we want to turn into touchdowns. There's no doubt. But where the ball was in that situation, able to get points and really get them sustain the momentum that we had going into halftime, keeping it. And I thought we had it really throughout the third quarter. You're looking at about 81 seconds that really turned the game around. That went from 20-9 to 24-20. But after that, we still have. There's still a whole fourth quarter to play, and this football team has done a lot of great things when they've had to battle back. Just didn't make the plays in the fourth quarter in all 3 phases to win that game.
Attention turns to the next to last home game of the year tomorrow night, Turpin Stadium, 6:30. The Lamar Cardinals come a-calling. What's their MO? What are they known for offensively and defensively, Brad?
Yeah, you look at a Lamar team that, go back to last year that really got on a roll late, got in the playoffs. And so you've got a playoff team that's coming in here that, has had its up and downs. They're 4-5 overall record. 2-4 in the conference. But those wins, one's against Sam Houston State, who is sitting there at second in the conference, right behind UCA. And then the other one is against Abilene Christian, who's right there behind Sam Houston State. So, they got a couple of big wins, and then they got some poor losses. So you got an inconsistent team that I think that we've seen, but has the ability, like they've shown against the Sam Houston State. And, offensively, they want to be able to run the football. They pride themselves off, offensive line, hard nose coming off the football. It's a little different because they're a little bit more option out of the gun than what we've seen. So Coach Lucas has done a great job. You're talking about the responsibilities that you got defensively, somebody taking the dive, somebody taking the quarterback, somebody taking the pitch, not just on your base calls, but also on your pressure calls. You have to account for those three options when you're playing an option football team. So, that's the thing that they're able to do from an offensive standpoint that we've really had to work hard on this week.
Brad, of course, there's still a lot to play for this year. Seniors are going out, 3 games to go. 4 wins certainly would be better than 1 win, and I think that's exactly what you guys have a possibility of doing. You're achieving getting 4 wins and going into the offseason with a 3-game winning streak. But, of course, you're still laying the bricks for building the future at Northwestern State football. So the recruiting pitch right now, where are you as far as in this period? What can you do recruiting-wise right now? Just talk to coaches? Are you able to talk to kids? Can you text them? Can you call them? I mean, what period are we in recruiting?
Oh, definitely. We'll have, starting today, we'll have 7 recruits on campus official visit. And this is the first time that we've done it on a home game. Usually we wait till the end of the season. A couple things that, that we have to look at with this early signing period is if it is a junior college young man, are they still in the playoffs? Because their season ended last week. But the ones that are through playing have the ability to come in. Bring them in on a game day to be able to show them what this atmosphere is about. Our administration and Northwestern State does a great job of a full day event, and so so we'll have some 7 on campus today, and as we get through the Thanksgiving break, the couple weekends in December, that's with Christmas festival going on here, it's such a great time in Natchitoches, but you got to look at hotel rooms. And, how many can you bring in on specific weekends based off the number of rooms that you have? So, matter of fact, we're going, as soon as I hang up, going to a staff meeting to, discuss those December visits because of the early signing period, whether it's a junior college transfer or whether it's a high school. So, those are things that we're, all in on right now. The ability to prepare to be successful tomorrow night, be 1-0 this week, and also with recruiting. That's those things never stop, and our coaches have done a great job of balancing the two, and we look forward to a great weekend here in Natchitoches and here at Turpin Stadium.
What is the Northwestern State pitch if you're recruiting a kid? You don't have to give us the whole spiel here, Brad, but what's the genesis or the general idea of this is why we want you to come to Northwestern State University?
The people. You want to be surrounded by good people. And, the great education that you're going to get here, the opportunities that you have within the degree programs. This university is 100% credited, and that goes, that starts with Dr. Maggio not only being 100% credited as far as all degree programs, but also the closeness of the people, not just the coaches, but the administrators, the personnel on campus, that make it feel like you're at home. And I think that's important. Me as having kids, 17 and 13, that are going to be exploring options as they move forward. I want them around good people that's going to take care of them and get a quality education. And then the community of Natchitoches does a great job of embracing Northwestern State students and Northwestern State student athletes, because I think we all understand that Natchitoches and Northwestern State go hand in hand, and we need each other to be successful.
Big Bad Brad Laird and the Demons take on Lamar tomorrow night, 6:30, Turpin Stadium. A big weekend, obviously, for the fellas that are suiting up, and a big weekend for the potential future Demons as well. The momentum is changing down at Northwestern State. They certainly are moving forward. Let's see if they can get this thing done tomorrow night, Brad. It would be it'd be fun to go into the offseason with a 3-game winning streak. I know that's what you guys are shooting for. We're certainly pulling for you as well, man.
Well, I appreciate it, and I know tonight's an important night. I know I always talk about the high school coaches and high school players, but also, let's don't forget about those the band, the cheerleaders. That some of these, this may be their last night to cheer or play on underneath those Friday night lights as the last regular season, and good luck to those that will continue to move forward in the playoffs.
Big Bad Brad Laird, Northwestern State, Forkham Friday. Thanks a lot, Brad.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
That's a fella that's easy to like there, Rogers, as opposed to the former NSU basketball assistant who's down at A&M. You know, we ought to send old Buzz just little audio clips of our visits with the fellas that we talked to from Northwestern State and say, hey, here's how a coach exhibits class. What you do is you take the CL out of class. They're just good people, man. And he's right up. I got a message yesterday from Dr. Henderson, the cool school president who, just really shifted momentum down there. Who's now, of course, the University of Louisiana system president. His kiddo, by the way, how about this? Is playing for Estruma, I think, if I'm right. And I think, if I saw this right, that he was named, the Estruma High Player of the Week. There you go. Oh, St. Michael. I'm sorry, he's at St. Michael's. He's the Player of the Week against Estruma. So look at that. That athletic ability. Started off with Clem, of course, Jim's father, your dad's coach, passing on down, great athletic ability there in the Henderson family. Nick, of course, was a standout at Loyola. So that all started when Jim was at Northwestern State, and now with Maggio, Dr. Maggio, Chris, former Northwestern State athlete, former Northwestern State coach. It's just they've got great people. That's what Brad said. Surround yourself with great people, good things happen, man. It happens at Northwestern State University. Speaking of good people, one of our favorite fellows, Rogers, is going to join us in a little bit. Former nose guard for the Evangel Eagles and goalie for the soccer team. He may be known for other things since then. Did you see the CBS thing they put together? How cool was that? You watched Jacob Hester play, and it was just threw his body around like he was a stuntman. Yeah. I'm like, do you not know you're going to end up hurting? He just didn't care. You talk about a kid, back in those days, a kid who gave everything he had for Nick Saban and Les Miles, and now he's giving everything he can to his broadcasting career, and it is on the grow. So Jacob Hester will join us after the break. Got some text to get to here, 22 that we haven't gotten with. Going back to, I guess, our Dolphins talk about no talent. Ed in San Marcos, yes, my Dolphins suck, but last week they didn't get the message. The Bengals are truly devoid of talent. How about the Seattle Starpucks for a name for the Seattle NHL team? The Starpucks. Griffin fan says Seattle Rattle would be a good name. And Fletch, there's no pressure when you played because everyone knew you would throw interceptions. Cookie Man says the Parkway Houghton game was epic. I bet there were over 8,000 people there. The stands were full. People were 3 or 4 deep all over the track. Dak was awesome, but Parkway had a stud quarterback too. Colby Copeland was an outstanding athlete, got drafted in baseball, so he took that route. It's a game I will always remember. Yeah, Colby was as good a high school quarterback as Dak was. He was in that same category. They were both fantastic.
318, make it stop, Adam, LOL. I wonder what that was about. Underfaker says, as far as nicknames for John Ware, if his wife is anything like mine, most of the names she calls him cannot be said on the air. 318, I really think Fletcher's rant earlier about J-Bro and Coy-Bro could be the perfect example of some parents discouraging their kids from playing football due to the effects of CTE from being knocked out multiple times on the field. Talking about me. He says LSU 41, the other guy is 31. I'd take that, Rogers. 318 area code, John Ware is the best. Johnny C. Is Matt Yoder funneling money to Chase Young? Might want to find out if Yoder is he the bad guy for Chase Young and being ineligible right now for Ohio State. Big Papa says Rogers is the lollipop kid. I don't know what that means. You like suckers? Yeah, so maybe you're all the lollipop. Yeah. Kachu says, as far as my obsession with nicknames, we all know that Fletcher's school was obsessed with nicknames. Look at how many he has. It's true. 318, my 8-year-old son's nickname is Stinky. Of course, he's obsessed with farts and poop, thus Stinky. Jordan Rogers says Joel's nickname was Yogi. Don't know what that's about. Bucko has a picture of Jay Watley driving the K94.5 vehicle, and it's a Jeep Patriot there. And he says, how does Wade Jotley get a company vehicle and Rogers doesn't? Because Jay doesn't take care of his personal vehicle. It's still out here with a flat, and so he takes company vehicles. Draco says the best idea you ever had was the Velcro bumper sticker. Bet you're getting rich off that one. He'll be at Spring Hill tonight for the North Webster game. And he said David Franklin's nickname is Coach. 318 is Magnolia, only 2 slots out from making the playoffs. I don't think they are, I believe, but they have already said that they will not accept a playoff bid. And one more, reasonable Aggie Dad. I hope and pray Buzz just had a bad day. We don't need a jerk coaching in Aggieland. No, you don't, especially after having Billy Kennedy for the years prior to that. And Billy Kennedy was one of the nicest human beings that ever walked the face of the earth. Billy Kennedy is an amazing human being, former Centenary Gents head coach. When we come back, old freight train, former Evangel nose guard who played other positions as well, apparently, in high school and college. Jacob Hester will join us. Our little show is presented to you by the good folks over at Rotolo's Craft and Crust, who are reminding you they've got the big buffet going on tomorrow. The buffet starts around 2:30. Hey, that's about what time the game starts. Wings, garlic, nuts, pizza, $15, beer specials. They've got them. Get your crew together. Get on down to Rotolo's Craft and Crust for a very special $15 buffet at Rotolo's Craft and Crust on East 70th. Making game day a little crustier. Rotolo's Craft and Crust. East 70th near Fern tomorrow. Be there or be square. Back with Jacob Hester right after this. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810. DB is in the house. Actually, he's on the phone. What's up, Donnie Brewer?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much, man. So how's life like not being in the day-to-day operation of Brewer Quality Homes?
It's way better.
I bet so.
I really enjoy it.
I imagine. So not working is kind of a cool thing, huh?
Yeah. Nate's handled it, and I get to travel around and shoot birds and catch fish.
That's what it's all about. Brewer Quality Homes. Shooting birds, catching fish, not working. Let Nate Dizzle do the heavy lifting. Brewer Quality Homes. It's football season, and that means it's time for a little home cooking. Everyone's got their favorite home team, whether it's in high school football, college football, Go Hogs, or it's the NFL. One of our favorite home teams, Bayou Bell Waste. C-Mac's in the house. What's up, buddy?
My wife would say go Cowboys. I say who dat. But when you think of hometown, think of the hometown dumpster service, Bayou Bell Waste. Right here in the Shreveport-Bossier area since 1997. If you need a dumpster, call the home team. Call Bayou Bell.
And speaking of home teams, does this mean we get to see Russell in a cheerleading outfit?
Absolutely.
Taco Bell is here to make sure that you're having as much fun at high school football games as you possibly can, and we want to chronicle this, and Taco Bell wants to reward your school. That's right. high school football games all season long, we want videos of the student section going absolutely crazy for football, because the student section each week that has the most fun, post that video on Instagram with the hashtag #LiveMossFletch. We'll pick a winner every week. At the end of the season, one school's getting Taco Day from Taco Bell.
Edge Concrete Cutting cuts concrete. Edge is expanding our team capabilities and our geographic reach. From Tyler, Texas to Vicksburg, Mississippi, and from Ashdown, Arkansas to Alexandria, Louisiana. Edge can handle your flat sawing, electrical slab sawing, core drilling, early entry sawing, concrete demo and removal. Call Edge Concrete Cutting at 925-3745. That's Edge Concrete Cutting at 925-DRILL.
Let's say you got a kiddo playing a little football, you got a kiddo on the pep squad and the band. Whatever it is that your youngster is out there doing, more than likely has created a little bit of soreness. There's a little bit of, Mom, my ankles are killing me. Mom, my back. What's going on with this? Hey, Dad, why does my shoulder hurt when I do it like this? One way to get those kiddos feeling better again, Chill and Heal. It's not just for people like me and Rogers and Adam. It's certainly for younger ones as well. Chill and Heal. Revitalize, restore, get back on the field. Chill and Heal. 798-4325.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I've just been handed an urgent and incredible news story, and I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Employee pricing! That's right. Employee Pricing Plus at the Black Friday sales event is happening all month long at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. On select 2019 models, you can get Employee Pricing Plus all manufacturer's rebates. This is literally a once-in-a-decade kind of deal. Seriously, last time Chrysler did this, I was in middle school, and we're expecting this to help us blow past our November sales record. So you better act fast, because once these cars are gone, they're gone. Look, if you're driving a 2019 or a 2020 Chevy Silverado and you absolutely hate it, congratulations, you qualify for an extra $1,500 in total savings. So come see us today at Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram I-220 Benton Road in Bossier City. And remember, if it doesn't say Landers, you probably pay too much.
AccuTemp, 861-2255, 861-2255. They've handled everything in our house for years now. We trust them. We know they do a great job. We know they're going to do it for the price they say they're going to do it for. We love these guys. And when we have a problem with the heat, which we don't, but if we did, we call AccuTemp, 861-2255.
The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City.
Breaks a tackle at the 25, 10-5, touchdown, Tigers!
Hey, everybody, welcome back. 11:30 Tigers. Rogers Hampton and I hanging around with you. We are just telling you right now, if you're looking for some fun things to do tomorrow after the game, you know, Red River Brewing is going to be hip, hop, hippity, hop, hopping. And oh, by the way, save your appetite, because you'll want to dine at the Smokehouse restaurant. It is awesome. The Smokehouse inside Red River Brewing is phenomenal. But they're having a big release tomorrow night, okay? It's the Denim Dan. And I am looking forward to this. The Denim Dan. Dude, just get ready to have a really good time at Red River Brewing. Beer release, great food, great beer, college football on. Be there or be square. Red River Brewing, 1200 Marshall Street in downtown. Joining us now on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline to discuss the game that we're all anxious to see. Arkansas versus Western Kentucky. The game that everybody's talking about, Jacob Hester. How you doing, buddy?
Well, here's the storyline. Ty Story is actually the quarterback for Western Kentucky. True. He was the quarterback at Arkansas a year ago.
Yep.
Fun fact, Central Arkansas did, in fact, beat Western Kentucky. So if Arkansas loses to Western Kentucky after Central Arkansas at a Conway, Arkansas, beats them, that's going to be maybe even more embarrassing than I thought it could get to.
By the way, Arkansas is now only favored by a point in this game.
It's not good. It's not good,
it's not.
Fletch.
Not good at all.
Jacob, there was a little breaking news this morning about Chase Young, the standout defensive end rusher, edge rusher for Ohio State, not going to play Saturday versus Maryland because of a potential eligibility issue that was raised from back in 2018. You know, that doesn't necessarily affect what happens on the field, obviously, between LSU and Alabama, but it certainly means that the winning quarterback tomorrow most likely is going to be the Heisman Trophy winner, barring a collapse in their final 3 games. Have you thought of it that way yet, that with Chase Young sitting out a game, that kind of knocks him out of the mix for the Heisman Trophy, and it's basically down to Burrow and Tua, is it not?
I mean, it has that feel to it, and like Chase Young is the best defensive player in the country, and he's definitely still in that conversation. But, you know, anytime you miss a game, and who knows what the status of that could end up being, but anytime you miss a game, you kind of get behind the 8 ball. Tua Tagovailoa and missed an opportunity against an Arkansas football team to kind of pad those stats as well. You know, I guess it depends. You know, does Jalen Hurts find a way to get back in this thing? Because even in a loss against Kansas State, he had a really nice football game. But it does have a feel. Whoever wins this matchup will be the front runner. And, you know, Heisman's, as you know this, Tim, you've done this longer than I have, Heisman's aren't won in September, October. They're won in November. So is there somebody else that can make their way into this conversation? It really doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like there's that guy on the outside that could add his name to this deal. So it really feels like, in my opinion, there's only 4 guys at all that could win this thing. We just mentioned them: Chase Young, Jalen Hurts, Tua Tagovailoa, and Joe Burrow. So I do think the winner of this contest, especially if he has a big game, would almost have, like, you know, some room to, like you mentioned, have that 200-yard game where he only threw for 1 touchdown and maybe an interception and still have a leg up on the Heisman race.
Jacob Hester, of course, you had success. Your Tigers had success against the Alabama Crimson Tide during your tenure. Not a lot of success here since 2011. There's been none for LSU. And so we've obviously there's so many eggs that get put in this basket by LSU fans, by LSU faithful, alumni, players. Jacob, you've been around this program very close here, especially these last couple of years. Do LSU players almost put too much of their mind and too much thought into this game, and that's kind of bit them in the butt in recent years, you think, or not?
No, I think it's fair to say that in years past, absolutely. And I think we all have, to be honest with you. I mean, everyone who covers this team on a daily basis, even the national media, they look forward to this matchup. And I can't tell you how many relationships that I've built with national media members just because I know each and every year they're coming to this game, and you end up becoming friends because everybody wants to be at this game, and the hype surrounding this game can just be too much. And I think LSU's mindset is different this year because they know that they can compete offensively with Alabama, and so you don't have to play the perfect game if you play defense for LSU. On offense for LSU, you know that you've got something different for them, and you don't have to try to create some magic and get lucky and score 20 points. And so it has a different feel to it. And I'll also say this, Tim, and I've been saying it all week, and I get big eyes when I say it. I don't hate the fact that LSU's on the road in this contest. Is it going to be a loud, noisy environment? Absolutely. It's in the SEC. It's one of the better venues. But when you play at home, you have distractions. You have your aunts, your uncles, your brothers, your cousins, all calling for tickets, right? Mm-hmm. They want to see, hey, I want to come hug your neck before you go to the walkthrough, or hey, I want to see you the morning of the game just so we can say hello. And you've got the buildup of campus, you know, being electric and game day being here and everything that surrounds that. Last year, LSU, I mean, it was 7 deep on the sideline from goal line to goal line. I've never seen anything like that. They had to rope it off. They've never had to rope anything off like that before. You walk out of the LSU locker room, and there's, you know, Odell Beckham, there's Vince Vaughn, there's all these actors and people you recognize. When you're the home team, you feel all that, and you get a little bit too amped up, in my opinion, sometimes, and it's hard not to do. So I completely understand. But when you're the road team, you're flying to Birmingham tonight. You'll get to the hotel. You'll eat a meal. You'll watch tape for an hour. You'll have a walkthrough for an hour. Then you go to bed. Mm-hmm. And then when you wake up, you have a walkthrough. You watch film. You get on the bus, and you go to the game. And so it is crazy to say. I understand home field advantage. Obviously, it's a real thing. But when you have this kind of contest, being that road team, I think there's positives to take from it.
throw in the fact that the President of the United States is going to be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you've been around Nick Saban a whole hell of a lot more than we have, in closed quarters especially. I would think he's a kind of a man of routine. And here's my hope, is that this presidential visit, which is going to come with its own set of headaches and, scheduling quirks and moving things around, that maybe this also is kind of an upset the apple cart for Nick Saban and his planning process. You think there's any chance that this could come back to maybe be another thing that kind of it's a distraction more for the home team, more for the home facilities people, more for the home crowd than it is for the visiting team?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, we've already started to get the emails about how much longer the lines are going to be, and you should get to campus an hour early, and you're going to have to go through extra security at the team hotel, because of the president coming to this game and things like that. And so the home staff has to deal with that. Even something as small as like when you're putting together, I'm part of the social media staff at LSU, and when you have meetings for away games, even regardless of how big they are, road games are just easier to plan for because you don't have everything that goes with hosting the game. And so, yeah, look, is it going to affect the game? I don't know that, but it is a distraction. And, you have to go through the extra security, and so your schedule gets thrown off 30 minutes to an hour. And it'll be something a little bit different. And, Nick, I mean, we all know that he's a creature of habit. He likes his process. He likes his schedule. So it will throw it off probably a little bit. And I'm sure Nick Saban's let somebody hear about it. But who do you complain about that to, though? When the president's coming to the game, like, who do you complain to? Like, does Nick say, hey, Don, I really need you to not come to this game?
Right. Save it for next week if you want to. Come see us then. Wait till 2024 when we got Georgia Tech on campus or something like that. But yeah, and then having to move the college game day and stuff. So it's going to be literally a media circus tomorrow. Now, at some point, about 2:34, 2:35, toe meets pigskin, and then everything starts settling down into what we've all been kind of looking forward to since this Joe Brady-inspired offense, Joe Burrow-fueled offense, has created for LSU. And what that has created, Jacob, is hope and optimism in this game against Alabama, more realistic optimism than I think, looking back, than what LSU fans really could have had for the last 3 or 4 years. Just didn't have the offensive firepower, didn't have the offensive scheme, but now they do. So, people, and Rodgers reminds a lot of people this all the time, 29-0, that's a lot to make up in one year. You can have a different offensive game scheme. You can certainly have different personnel and everything, but 29 points is hard to make up, especially going from Baton Rouge last year. Now you're in Tuscaloosa. This Alabama defense, for whatever reason, it seems like a lot of LSU fans are like, oh, man, we're going to put up 40 points on these guys. It's not going to be so easy, is it, Jacob? Tell us why this Alabama defense is still special.
It won't be easy. To say it'd be easy, I think, would be foolish. But there's some individual matchups, I think, that do favor LSU offensively against this defense. And this defense is still really good. Now, they don't have the front seven, in my opinion, that Auburn had. They don't have maybe the depth in defensive backfield that Florida had, but altogether they're still going to be a really good defense. That's kind of the thing about this matchup that people aren't talking about. Both these teams' defenses have improved, and they're just not up to the standard that these defenses are typically at. They're not bad defenses. LSU's 23rd in total defense in the country, and so it's not like they've gone out there and just laid eggs.
Right.
But when you look at Alabama's defense, and people, if you want to say what's different, you have 2 true freshman linebackers, Christian Harris, Shane Lee, in the middle of that defense. I've played for Nick Saban. I know what his defense entails. I know how many checks he has. I know how many different adjustments he wants to make. And so that part of it can be very difficult as a true senior, much less a true freshman. So that part will play a factor. When you look at everything else, like Sertan's a good defensive back, Carter's a good nickel corner. They've got guys. They just don't necessarily have the depth and the veterans that they typically have, because one thing Nick is outstanding at, and there's many, it's not just one thing, but one thing, he's always been able to convince really good juniors to come back to school. He had trouble doing that last year. Some juniors that probably should have come back to school went to the NFL draft, and so that's how you lose depth. That's how you lose some of your leadership. And Terrell Lewis off the edge is a real guy. Jennings off the edge is a real guy. But they're typically like 6 of those guys where you only have 2. So that's what's a little bit different about this Alabama defense. It's the youth, and they don't have the depth that they typically have.
When you are going up again, and to me, the linebackers are going to have so much to do with this game, especially LSU's linebacking crew, and we'll get to Grant Delpit here in a second. The middle of the field is where Tua and any quarterback would like to make their living if they possibly could. He is especially deft passing over the middle. His percentage, I think, in the middle of the field is nearly 80% completion rate. The slants, where do they go? They go right toward the middle of the field. So linebackers are going to have a lot to say with this, a lot to do with this, as are the safeties in this game. And when you talk about Alabama's safeties, this is where finally I think LSU fans can kind of say, okay, we have the upper hand here in some of these matchups with Alabama that we haven't had in years past. That upper hand comes with a quarterback, comes with a scheme, comes with wide receivers facing Alabama in certain situations. I think that with the advent of Thad Moss coming along the way he has at tight end, that's just more weapons they're going to be able to kind of park around that area where the linebackers are going to be. And Joe Burrow, who's explained, in pretty good detail, and how he makes his progressions and how quickly those progressions are made. When he reads those defenses, when he reads those linebackers, it seems like that Joe Burrow, I like the idea of a graduate senior quarterback with so much experience, so much confidence. He's going to be able to move those linebackers around, and I think LSU is going to have some golden opportunities in that 5 to 12-yard stretch of field beyond the line of scrimmage in the middle of the field. That's where I think LSU is going to be able to make up a lot of ground offensively, Jacob. How do you kind of see that playing out as far as that piece of real estate?
Yeah, that's going to be a key factor. And obviously, both these teams' third corners against really good receivers in the middle of the football field. Vincent for LSU, Carter for Alabama there as the nickel corners. They've got the toughest task of the day, in my opinion, because there's so many dynamic playmakers that can make plays over the middle of the field, where in college football now, you don't shy away from it because of the targeting calls and the way that they officiate the game now. Nobody is scared to go over the middle anymore. You don't have any alligator arms. Everybody's comfortable going over the middle. The defenders are a little bit more nervous to bring that big hit because of targeting. And so now you're seeing teams put their best receivers in the slot, a la Justin Jefferson for LSU. They made that move this spring, and obviously he's thrived in that spot. And you brought up a good name, Thad Moss. Thad Moss is going to have a huge game, in my opinion, against Alabama. He's kind of an X factor for me. And Alabama's tight end is not going to play in this game. He had a throat injury against Arkansas, and that's a big loss for them. He's had 3 red zone touchdowns this year. He's really good in the run game. They're going to miss him on Saturday. And so Thad Moss needs to be that tight end that steps up for LSU. And I truly think he does. And it's so different than a year ago where you had a really good tight end. I mean, every time I look up, Foster Morris catching a touchdown for the Raiders, but you had a different plan for him. And I'll give you a stat. Last year, when you played the Auburn Tigers, you kept 6 guys or more in protection just basically the entire game. Of 31 pass attempts, you kept 6 or more in 28 times.
Wow.
When you look at this year's Auburn game, they threw the ball 42 times. Only 4 times did they keep 6 or more in protection. And so it's completely different. Joe Burrow and LSU actually lead the SEC as far as least amount of guys kept in protection. They only average 5.6 guys in protection every pass attempt. It's by far the lowest in the SEC. Tua Tagovailoa in Alabama, 6.4 every time, and that's almost towards the top. And so these teams, they do things a little bit differently than they have in the past, because even last year, Alabama didn't keep their back end that much. And so they are keeping their back end. They are keeping their tight end a little bit more. LSU's doing it much, much less. And you're getting guys out and route. You're getting the ball out of your hands. And to your point, Thad Moss, the tight end, over the middle of the football field, that's what happens when you don't keep your tight end in protection. Clyde Edwards-Helaire over the middle of the football field, because he's getting out in his route. He's not sitting there patrolling the area with his head on a swivel and his arms out looking for contact, looking for somebody to help clean up or chip or whatever. Now, there's opportunities to chip. If I'm Thad Moss, I get a little nudge before I get out, but you still get out in your route that's something that's completely different than a year ago.
Jacob, you bring up a very good point about the 6.4, players in protection for Alabama. Don't you think they're going to be at that number or maybe more tomorrow with Tua and his ankle, trying to keep him a nice clean pocket for him, because he's not going to be able to create that roving pocket outside the tackles as much, or at least we think he's not going to be able to. He may shock us all tomorrow and be completely injury-free, limp-free out there, but I think the general consensus is that, man, you have surgery 16 days ago, your ankle's still going to be tender, stiff. The other ankle, tender and stiff. This is his push-off ankle when he throws the football, so that's going to have to be a little bit, something that you got to keep an eye on. Don't you think they may even keep as many as, 6 almost on a constant basis to protect him? And so a lot more opportunities for a little, not double coverage in the secondary, but a little more help side coverage in the secondary should be available tomorrow, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, their average is over 6, and so they typically keep 6 in, right? So I would assume that number stays the same or goes up. I don't think there's any way that it goes down. I was listening to our guy Peter Burns and Chris Dorn on the show we do this morning, and Gary Danielson was on, and he was at practice yesterday, and he said Tua was out there, Tua was practicing, but it didn't look right. It didn't look like the Tua that we are used to seeing. He said he still looked good, but it didn't look like he was up to Tua's level. Now, that's something to pay attention to. It was just a practice. It wasn't a full go. But Tua Tagovailoa, in my opinion, he'll be, 85, 90% in this matchup, but he's not going to be exactly right. So make him uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Make him uncomfortable by bringing pressure. You're making somebody, forcing them to stay in. They don't have the option to get out because you're bringing somebody up the middle of this defense. You're trusting your defensive backs. And I understand that can be very difficult to trust your defensive backs when they're going against that quartet of receivers. It's as good as there is in the country. But in my opinion, you have a midseason All-American in Derek Stingley Jr., a midseason All-American in Grant Delpit, albeit he might not be fully healthy, but he's still going to play in this game. You have a preseason All-American in Christian Fulton. You have a guy in Jacoby Stevens who's won SEC Defensive Player of the Week 2 times this year. You got to trust him. And if you lose trusting those guys, you tip your cap to them, and you find a different way to win the football game. And so I think LSU is going to be aggressive in this matchup. I can't imagine a scenario where they're not. So Alabama, they're going to keep those 6 guys in as they typically do, and maybe even goes up a little bit. They've actually moved a couple offensive linemen to tight end, put tight end numbers on them the last couple of weeks, and I would assume those guys will be in protection as well, probably on the line of scrimmage and obviously helping out in the run game.
Jacob, last couple of things here for you. Grant Delpit, from what we understand, he was limited in practice yesterday. He almost really didn't do much of anything. Yet Ed Orgeron still says he's going to be a go. What are your expectations of how much Grant Delpit will be available, and at what level of play will he be at on Saturday afternoon?
Well, I think you have to take Coach O at his word, just because one of the best things about Coach O is he's transparent. I mean, if a guy's not going to play, typically on Monday, he'll get up there and he'll tell you about it. When Glenn Logan and Rashard Lawrence were both dealing with injuries, he'd get up there and tell you that, hey, they're not playing, and he didn't really try to hide it. So if he says Grant's going, he's going. I was out there at practice yesterday. He was out there doing drills and, doing everything else that every other defensive back was doing. So, look, he's going to give it a shot. There's no question about it. He's been busting his butt in the training room trying to get ready for this game, and it's all depending on, okay, well, what level are you at, right? Just like we talked about with Tua. Where exactly are you? Because 85-90% of Tua or Grant Delpit is pretty damn good, and they're going to continue to be really good football players out there on the field. So it's definitely something to watch, man. They're going to need Grant Delpit. They're going to need Grant Delpit not only in the slot covering some of those receivers. They're going to need him playing a deep safety. They're going to need him on the line of scrimmage blitzing. They're going to need him close to the line of scrimmage and run support. So, number 7 early, seeing what he's doing in pregame warm-ups will probably be the first thing I do.
Final thing here, Jacob. What's the prognostication for tomorrow afternoon?
And so last Sunday I was on ESPNU, and I wasn't really ready to give my prediction, but I got put on the spot by Barrett Sallee, and I threw 31-28 LSU out there. And the more that I look at that score, and the more that I watch the tape, and the more that I break down every single matchup, I actually feel good about my initial thought. I don't think both these teams get into the 40s like a lot of us thought maybe a couple of weeks ago. Because, look, 31-28, you're still having a lot of success offensively.
I think that LSU does enough on defense to hold Tua and Alabama out of the end zone. I think 31 points wins this game. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with my initial score, 31-28.
There we go. Sounds like a winner to me, buddy. Jacob Hester.
Now, it can be 2-0, by the way.
No doubt.
As long as the Tigers have more points than Alabama at the end of the day.
That's all that matters, buddy. Jacob Hester, I assume you're heading out today?
Yeah, I'm actually heading out here in a couple hours. We'll get to Birmingham mid-afternoon, stay in Birmingham, and head over to Tuscaloosa tomorrow. Going to be on Marty and McGee on the SEC Network. I think at 8:45 tomorrow morning, so I always look forward to catching up with those guys. And then for my show, Hang with Hester today, T-Bob Hebert, Matt Flynn, and Richard Dixon will be holding down the fort. Rudy Macklin, the former LSU basketball star, will join them as well to talk some hoops. LSU opens up with Bowling Green tonight. So just getting everything ready to head out to Birmingham.
Safe travels, buddy, and do whatever you can to make this thing happen.
Hey, man, whatever kind of Indian rain dance, whatever kind of prayers you need me to say, if you think it's going to work, just shoot me a text and I'll do it.
Sounds good to me, buddy. Jacob Hester, everybody, heading off to Birmingham, and then it's Tuscaloosa bound tomorrow afternoon. Jacob, safe travels. Always enjoy visiting, buddy.
All right, guys, we'll catch up soon. See y'all later.
Hanging with Hester today, 1 to 3, as long as we have the connection issue solved. On 11:30 The Tiger. Tim Fletcher Show. Give us a call. Gomer's ready to jump in. He texted in. He says it's going to be it's going to be hard to follow. He's freaking throwing out number of blocker stats with decimal points. What the hell? So Gomer, a big Bama fan. Waiting to hear from you, Bama Doug. Let's go. Jump on that Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton. We're glad you're hanging around with us. We are supported by the fine folks over at Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072, 868-4072. The only thing worse than an Alabama win tomorrow afternoon are two things. Buddy, Alabama has been the cavity in our soul and in our molars for too long now. So take care of your teeth like LSU is going to take care of Alabama tomorrow. We're going to fill that cavity tomorrow. Just like Adam and Jana Cormier are going to take care of people's teeth today, make them better, brighter, happier. LSU's going to make us all bigger, smilier, happier. It's going to be a wonderful weekend. Cormier Family Dentistry, giving you that national championship smile, that great feeling that comes with a fresh set of clean teeth. Eat that W. Cormier Family Dentistry. Make your appointment, 868-4072, 868-4072 on East Kings, right across from Albertsons, next to Drug Emporium. Cormier Family Dentistry. The lines are open, as are the text lines. Commercial break, and then call us. 320-1130, 320-1130. Text us on the Bayou Bellways Trash text line, 489-7453. Back after this. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810. Taco Bell is here to make sure that you're having as much fun at high school football games as you possibly can, and we want to chronicle this, and Taco Bell wants to reward your school. That's right. High school football games all season long. We want videos of the student section going absolutely crazy for football, because the student section each week that has the most fun, post that video on Instagram with the hashtag LiveMossFletch. We'll pick a winner every week. At the end of the season, one school's getting Taco Day from Taco Bell. Let's say you got a kiddo playing a little football, you got a kiddo on the pep squad and the band. Whatever it is that your youngster is out there doing, more than likely has created a little bit of soreness. There's a little bit of, Mom, my ankles are killing me. Mom, my back. What's going on with this? Hey, Dad, why is my shoulder hurt when I do it like this? One way to get those kiddos feeling better again, Chill and Hill. It's not just for people like me and Rogers and Adam. It's certainly for younger ones as well. Chill and Hill. Revitalize, restore, get back on the field. Chill and Hill. 798-4325. Oh, football season. We love football season. I mean, come on. It's what we live for, right? Yeah. Well, we also love going to the games. Lee Hedges Stadium, there's always a game going on. Middle school, junior varsity, freshman games, and, of course, Thursdays and Fridays, high school football. You look right over there. Look to the west from Lee Hedges. Yeah, that's Cantina Laredo. Oh, yeah. Gourmet Mexican dining before the game. Maybe celebrate the win after the game at Cantina Laredo.
just beside Lee Hedges off Erie Drive. When it comes to musicals, our pal Rogers Hampton loves Grease because it's electrifying. Well, they've got some electrifying opportunities at First Choice Personnel, don't you, Nicole?
We do. We're looking for people who have electrical experience. If you're foreman, if you're just basic journeyman, we need you.
It's electrifying. First Choice Personnel, 797-7810. There are so many banks around Shreveport-Bossier, almost you can't swing a dollar bill without hitting one, right? Well, that's kind of what I love about GBT. They are strategically located. Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, 3400 Line Avenue at Shreveport, East Texas next to the Bellagio in Bossier. And what they have done is just genius. They put real people inside those branches to take care of your problems. GBT, the great banking team. Football season is eating season for the Fletcher family, well, at least for this Fletcher. And when it comes to eating, I like a good ham. Oh, man. I could eat ham for breakfast. We call it breakfast ham. I could eat a ham sandwich for lunch. And then I could polish off a bone-in ham for dinner. It's the Ham Fecta from Honey Baked Ham. Honey, please give me a Honey Baked Ham. Southfield Shopping Center. The Cleanup Hour, hitting fourth. First Choice Personnel. Make First Choice Personnel your last call. 797-7810.
If it's LSU sports, it's on 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Daiquiri Express. The Eggnog Daiquiri is available at all 5 locations, and they will be delicious tomorrow at your LSU Alabama party. Or, heck, just stop by Daiquiri Express and get their daiquiri of the day. Or knock it out, whatever you want. Whatever daiquiri you want, they've got it for you. 5 locations, Daiquiri Express. Make game day a Daiquiri Express kind of day. The lines are lit. Mudbucks Hockey Hotline. Let's burn and churn here, Rogers. First up, Daryl joins us on line 2. Hello, Daryl. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Tim. How you doing?
Good, man.
I'm just thinking on this ball game tomorrow. We don't really have to stack him. We just got to put pressure on him, get him moving on that ankle cutting and stuff. But I guarantee you know it, and the whole world knows that referee's going to be protecting this ball, right? And every little thing we get close, then you won't see some flags. You watch and see. What do you think?
Well, it's Alabama, so it's, and, you know, they are trying to protect quarterbacks as much as they can in the NFL, obviously, and it's trickled down to some in the college ranks. And I have a feeling that Nick Saban is more than likely going to get into the referee's ears pretty quickly about how, you know, we don't want to see anybody hitting below the knees. Keep an eye on that. If they try to take shots at his knees, below the waist, that's a penalty, yada, yada, yada. And I assume Joe Burrow will get the same treatment from the refs. You know, that's what I'm hoping. No cheap shots. Let's just see how it plays
Bama games
out.
you watched, if we got a break on the Bama game, none. That's why Saban does it every year. He gets in referees. I ain't trying to make excuses. I just know how he's going to get protected to it tomorrow. We can look at it. We're going to get, you know what I'm saying? That's their pride and joy, you know. They're going to have to, yeah, man.
All right, buddy. We'll see you, Daryl. Here's the thing. You can't go into the game like that, though. LSU's got to just get after it. Gomer joins us. Of course, Gomer's a Bama fan. Hello, Gomer, on the Mudbucks Hockey Hotline. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, brother. What's happening, man? How you doing?
Oh, well, my once-a-year visit with Gomer.
Man, I listen. I just can't call in all the time,
I get
man.
you. I get you.
Just can't do it anymore.
I understand. So what's the feeling?
But I do have to give a shout out real quick. I got called out by Sweet Lincoln's mullet to give you guys a call. So
he drove
tried
you
to do it yesterday. We had a big drill I had to go to, so couldn't do it. But anyway, I almost shied away, man, with some stats he was giving out, dude. That just shows you how much of an amateur I am.
Do you have any decimal points you can give me?
Oh, no, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. That's
I don't have that,
pretty
dude.
thorough.
I got some weak score prediction. That's about it. That's all I can bring. Yeah,
that's all you got.
That's all I got,
bringing
dude.
Just a score prediction.
Yeah.
I need to know. I need some advanced metrics on this deal, man.
I ain't
all
got
right.
that,
So,
man.
what's the expectation? What percentage of Tua do you think will be available tomorrow? Is he going to be?
Well, first, let me say this. If it was in Baton Rouge, and it may not matter anyway, but if it was in Baton Rouge, I think they win, no doubt, LSU this year. I really do. Having said that,
yes,
because it's in Bama, I mean, I'm gonna give the slight edge to Bama, but like Hester, I do think that it's not going to get in the 40s. I'm gonna say, let me go with 34-27. That's still a lot of points. That's still a lot of scoring drives. 34-27, Bama. I don't think Tua is going to be as bad as he was last year. I mean, it didn't sound like it was as bad as the one last year. And he's had that all time now for a few weeks. Obviously, it won't be 100%, but, you know, I think when you've got the receivers that they've got, I don't know, dude. I mean, it's just a tough game. I mean, truthfully, to me, they're mirror images of one another. I mean, they really are.
Yes, I agree. I think that that's a good way to put it. Where LSU has a little bit of an advantage, I think, special teams. They do a better job, I think, with the return game. I think they do a better job with the kicking game. If this comes down to
kicking game for sure.
If this comes down to special teams, I think LSU has got maybe a point and a half, 2 points differential will come out of the kicking game in this game, and that may be what pushes them over the edge.
Jalen Waddle's a stud, though, returning game.
Don't get me wrong. Yes, absolutely.
But kicking game, yeah. I mean, but, you know, as a Bama fan, I've come to realize that we're probably going to miss a field goal, maybe even an extra point every game. And just kind of, I don't even get mad anymore. Just kind of laugh about it now.
Is it not true? Now, you're a Bama fan. You can probably speak on this. From what I understand, this is part of the deal with the devil that Saban made, that let me have all these national titles and 5 stars, but we will suck at kicking every year.
Like, how can we not get a kicker?
Yes. It seems like the easiest thing to do. Like, some kicker could say, you know what, I could be in the Alabama Hall of Fame if I could just be the guy who could hit 80% of my field goals in Tuscaloosa. They're going to put a statue of me outside Bryant-Denny Stadium. You would think the greatest high school kickers would go.
Really. Lee Tiffin was the last consistently good kicker we've had. It's been a while.
And I always, as much as I can't stand Alabama, Gomer, I always feel bad that first time that the kicker misses a makeable field goal because I know that he is getting ready for the ass chewing of his life. And I'm
telling you, man, I don't know. I think they just kind of like duck their head like I do now. So, there it is. All right. Going to have to win it with something else.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
But no, I like our chances. I like our O-line, too. You know, Deontay Brown was out early in the season, and he's back. And, you know, they've got Dickerson now back at center. I think we've got a strong O-line now. And, yeah, it's just going to depend on Tua, man. I mean, like I said, they're mirror images of one another. They got the same dadgum receiving core, basically. Mm-hmm. They both run the ball adequately, but that's not really their MOs anymore. And defensively, both their front sevens are weaker than they have been in the past. They both got good secondaries, though. And it's just whoever doesn't make the mistake, you know. I think possessions are going to be a premium, and whoever turns the ball over or doesn't score on one or two of those is going to lose the game.
Gomer has spoken, called out by Sweet Lincoln's mullet, and he came through.
Hey, let me add one more thing, too, that's on my mind a little bit. I heard you earlier talking about the student sections when you were talking to one of the coaches.
Yeah.
I don't want to call anyone out, so I'm not going to say what school it is. But when there's a game, a high school game, it's sad, man. When you know, I was at a game last night, and there may have been maybe 20 fans in the stands.
Mm.
And I don't know if Caddo Parish, you know, needs to – I don't know if it's a matter of some people not being able to afford to get in or whatever it is. But, man, I sure wish that they would, you know, whatever it is, if it's a money issue, you know, maybe let some people in or some of the students in or something. You know, I hate it for the kids on that other team to be out there. I mean, they don't have a band there and, you know, about 20 kids or so or fans rather watching the game. And it sucks, man. I mean, the particular team that I'm talking about hasn't been very good the last decade or so, but nonetheless, they're out there busting their butt at practice and, you know, working out and playing a whole game. And I sure wish they could do something to get some more people out there.
I say the same thing, Gomer. I don't quite understand You know,
like I said, it could be I mean, you know, you take a family of 5 or whatever. I mean, at $8, you know, a pop.
$40.
I mean, that, you know, I mean, for
buy
some and for a lot, that's a lot of
soda
money.
pops.
But
yeah, heck, it's a lot for just about 90% of the populace in town. If you take 4 people to a game, that's $32. Okay, then soda pop and a hot dog and a popcorn. All of a sudden, you're looking at $75.
That's right.
To go sit
so
outside.
For some
in the
of
rain.
us, I mean, some of us are fortunate enough to be able to do it, and you know, and some people that may not even be as fortunate enough still
don't do
you know, put enough together to go. But man, golly, I don't, you know, I just, if that's what it is or what it comes down to, I mean, are they making anything anyway with no one there? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, better make all of something than better to make some of something than all of nothing.
I just hate it. I wish the parents could at least get in for free, and maybe even the teachers, or I don't know, maybe the teachers do, but just something.
I'm with you on that, buddy.
Tough to see that. But.
It is. I hate that. I hate it because it is. I feel bad for the kids who obviously they see that, you know, when they're out there.
Well, I feel bad for them when we've got a whole stand full of, you know,
right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
They see that too. And
a 3-win team had the stands full, you know.
Right.
So I get
but
it.
But anywho, man, to get off that soapbox. But no, I'm gonna go with Bama, man. I'm gonna go. You know, I'm gonna give LSU their scores, but I'm gonna go 34-27, Bama.
All right, buddy.
I'm going to trust Tua is healthy and at least in the 90 percentile, and hopefully they can get Najee going a little bit on the ground. And
I hope so.
Now, I will say this. Let me say this real quick before I go. If and, you know, whatever, if and buts, you know that saying, but, man, I sure would like to have Dylan Moses and McMillan and LeBron Ray out there too. I mean, starting 4 true freshmen. I mean, of course, now, you know, the season's more than halfway over. I mean, they're seasoned a little bit, but I sure would like to have those guys. I mean, those were all tough losses. So
yeah, that's been tough to, you know, Alabama's kind of getting what a lot of folks end up getting, but what Alabama, of course, has are 5-star freshmen to step in.
Right, they got back up.
Exactly.
But man, it's tough to replace a Dylan Moses and LeBron Ray on the end, and
they've been able to somehow make do.
Yeah. But anyway,
all right.
Good talking to you, brother.
You too, buddy.
Yep, take care.
318 says Gomer could tote the rock back in the day. Big Papa says they need to sell reduced price tickets at the schools, full price at the gate. That's not a bad idea. And the complainer, typical LSU fan about Darryl, already complaining about the officials. Bama Doug joins us on the old Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hello, Bama Doug. How in the world are you? Hey, Bama Doug. Bama Doug. Bama Doug. Bama Doug. Bama Doug. Our show brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get great deals on a home today because Nate Dizzle is not even thinking about work today. They're probably flying out today, as a matter of fact, to Tuscaloosa or tomorrow morning. Seriously, his mind is still probably preoccupied with the widespread panic show from last Thursday and Friday, or Friday and Saturday. So dazzle dizzle with your offer on a beautiful home today at Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold. Billy joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. What's up, Billy?
Hey, Pledge, real quick. I've talked all week with you on this, but no, I just believe this is, if the stars aren't aligned to this weekend for LSU, I just don't know when they'll be.
Yeah,
because we're at least in the ball game with Alabama, and I sometimes, in other words, 5 minutes in the championship game years ago, when Jordan Jefferson could barely get to the line of scrimmage, I knew we were done.
Yep.
So this is a different LSU, and this is a different Alabama, and this ought to be a real fun game. And I hope I'm like I'm like Darryl. I hope there's not a call that costs one way or the other, but I'll understand that to beat Alabama, you have to be better than Alabama in Tuscaloosa, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
Just like LSU got a holding call during the Auburn game. I saw it and all this, and there's going to be times when when that team, they're just going to get a call or two. But you just got to understand that that is where you have to be. Not only do you have to be better as good. You have to be a lot better to win on the road in the SEC, and we all know that. Take it easy, Fletcher.
See you later, buddy. Now, Bama Doug joins us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline. Hello, Bama Doug.
Morning.
Good morning.
Are we already crying about the officials and we haven't even started the game yet?
It appears that that's kind of on the mind of some LSU fans.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. But, yeah, I was listening. What happened was I got cut off because I was trying to listen. I'm at work. I was listening to it on the radio, Pup, and I could hear you in the background, but I couldn't get to you. And anyway.
Draco says that your boss must have walked in.
No, I am the boss.
Hello.
But anyway, yeah, I want this is going to be a football game. Last time I checked, it's still blocking and tackling, isn't it?
For in general, that's kind of the point of the game. Yeah, blocking, tackling, throwing, running.
Sure but the Bama Nation, we expect to win every game. So I've got to pick Bama. Even though this is now understand one thing, this is LSU, and you touched on it, and everybody's touched on it. This is LSU's best chance to beat them in a while.
True.
I mean, the team that LSU's got poses a big time threat to Bama because they could make things happen. Not just Joe Burrow being a good athlete, he's also a smart kid too.
Yes, he's a very bright kid, coach's kid, obviously, a kid that's worked through it, changed his complete throwing motion. He has basically built himself up into this position. And now, because of Chase Young at Ohio State taking a loan from a family friend from 3 summers ago, he's kind of out of the Heisman Trophy race, you would think. This is not only a battle for SEC West supremacy, which is most important to all of us, but personally, Tua and Joe Burrow, somebody's going to end up winning the Heisman Trophy, and it's probably going to come from whoever wins this game and plays the best.
I agree. And to me, I couldn't care less about that Heisman Trophy. You can take it, make a doorstop out of it. I want to beat LSU. I want to make this run. We owe Clemson one, but we got to get by LSU first. But I want to go back to what somebody said the other day on a text.
Yes.
It just really stunned me was that the LSU fan. Yeah, he said, "I'm not worried. I'm not even worried about Alabama. I'm more worried about Ole Miss." You remember that?
I do remember that.
I mean, I just couldn't believe that you could look past Alabama to Ole Miss. Ole Miss, that's going to be a pillow fight.
Yeah.
LSU could have killed them running backwards.
Probably they could probably beat Ole Miss running backwards.
I'm telling you, man,
yeah.
it's silly, but it's going to be one for the ages. This is the matchup this is the game of the year right here right now. And I'm thinking whoever loses this game, Fletch, is going to be pretty much – they're going to phase them out of this picture because Clemson's just waiting there for one of these teams to lose, and they're going to jump right up into the top 4. And somebody's going to be left out. It's going to be sad, but,
Well, if Penn State beats Minnesota soundly tomorrow, Penn State's going to probably move all the way up to number 2. And Ohio State's going to have no trouble beating Maryland, so I don't have any – if LSU wins, they'll be number 1, Ohio State 2. Penn State wins, they'll be 3, and then Clemson 4 is probably how this is going to shake up. And if Alabama wins, they'll be 1, Ohio State 2. Penn State wins, they'll be 3, Clemson 4, Georgia 5.
Whoever loses this one's pretty much going to be out of the playoff picture. But,
I think LSU's more outside the picture than Alabama is.
That's the way it is, and you can't change that. And everybody wanted the playoff, and now they want more teams in the playoff. But this is okay, just the way it is. But it's going to be a good game. I want to give LSU their props. I think they've had a great year. This is their chance, Fletch. This is their year. If they're going to make a run, they need to make it with this Burrow kid because he gives them the best chance. And O has done a great job because sooner or later, the more success LSU has, the more of these assistant coaches are going to be going somewhere else. They're going to be offering these people money. It's going to be like Alabama every year. They have to replace 2 or 3 coaches every year.
What's your score prediction there, Bama Doug?
I'll say 35-24, Bama.
35-24, Alabama. Bama Doug has spoken.
But I wanted to try to get in early, but I know you do the coaches thing, which is great, man. You guys do a good job covering the high school football. That's really exciting for these kids. I know high school football was big in my life. I don't have any connection here in town. I didn't go to school in Louisiana, but it's a big deal. But yeah, man, this is going to be a street fight. It's going to be a typical. Do you think this is going to be a shootout?
Shootout to me is one team scores, the other team comes right back and scores, then the other team scores, and the other team has to punt, the other team has to punt, then the other team scores. I don't know if we're going to see a track meet, but I think you'll see plenty of offense. I think that, I think you'll see a couple of special teams, big plays. I think you are probably going to see a turnover turned into a touchdown. So I think that shootout to me is we're discounting that there are probably 12 to 15 players lining up defensively for Alabama and LSU combined that are going to end up being drafted next year or the year after that in the upper rounds of the NFL draft. And so they're not playing Arkansas tomorrow. Neither one is. And so that's why I can't see offenses just running up and down the field like Oklahoma and Kansas State, for instance, No. But I do see a game up in the 30s. I think that's definitely
I can't remember feeling like that there might, both teams could score 30 points. I mean, when's the last time you said that about an LSU-Alabama game?
It's been a while, Bama Doug. Have a good weekend, buddy. Rogers, your score prediction before we go?
Oh, man, to be honest with you, I think Gomer kind of hit it on the head. It's in Alabama. And I think there's going to be a call or a turnover or something that's going to determine or at least hedge that game in the way. If it was in Baton Rouge, I would say LSU, but I'm going to say Alabama like 27-24 or maybe even lower. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game.
I think our LSU wins 35-34. And I think Alabama's going to miss a kick at some point. And I think that's going to be it. I think they'll miss something is going to happen. Kids, Bertollo's Crafted Crust has the buffet going tomorrow. Jimmy V's will have the game going. Free beer every time that LSU takes the lead. Of course, walk-on 60-plus TVs. You've got your options tomorrow to be able to watch that game wherever you want to watch it. Enjoy it. Enjoy our sponsors, please. They're great people. They help make this show possible. For Rogers and Adam and I, we certainly hope you have a great weekend. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas LaValle, batch 1284, rest in peace, TLV.
Bye. Hit the number.
Journey.
Don't stop believing.
Pretenders.
Back on the chain gang.
Two incredible bands. One amazing night in Bossier City. Journey. Pretenders. Century Link Center, Saturday, August 29th. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. VIP packages and more. Visit journeymusic.com.
Introducing the $1 yoga deal.
Breathe in. And I'ma see you later.
Or get a real deal at McDonald's. Introducing the buy one, get one for $1 deal. Buy one of your faves and pick another for just an extra $1. Choose from the Big Mac, filet of fish, quarter pounder with cheese, or 10-piece chicken McNuggets. But you better stop by McDonald's today because this deal is only around for a limited time. Prices and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any offers or combo meal.
Get to Kohl's this Veterans Day weekend and take an extra 15% off.